critical issues for sustainable fisheries. We will review the solutions to the challenges we face. Despite the real and growing challenges facing the sector, practical and effective solutions exist at every level of society. There is a role for government and equally important roles for civil society, private companies, the business community, and fishers, most importantly, for collaboration between all groups. Collective action is critical for us to enhance and proceed. We have been overwhelmed by the enthusiastic support from all partners and individuals for efforts towards enhancement of the fisheries sector. The support has blossomed in the fishing communities and on the shores of our bays. We look at this national consultation as more than an event. We are committed to working together with all of you to catalyze new initiatives, to raise awareness of our challenges, and step by step to advance a concrete plan we must all take to resolve them. The good news is that at this point we know what we need to do to address the threats facing the sector. The resolutions are not beyond our capacity. We are seeking to support our fishers to improve their sustainability. I was indeed pleased to see the level of collaboration at the community meetings and hear of the stories, even the one that I attended, where fishers gave a commitment to repair bathrooms while the ministry provided materials. Further evidence of such collaboration could be seen in the efforts of another community group of fishers who came together with assistance from other sources to set up a jetty. I want us to walk away from this consultation with more than ideas. I want us to walk away from here with a plan which requires fishers to use gears and techniques that dramatically improve their efforts and ensure safety on the seas. A plan that supports sustainable fishing practices, a plan that protects our waters and the resources. This consultation is a strong commitment by the ministry for action against climate change, for action to develop the sector, and for action for food safety and security. In closing, the ministry's theme for 2021 is indeed significant. Together we invest, we transform, and build partnerships for sustainable agriculture and food security. It serves to remind us of our shared responsibility and our obligations to ensure the health of our fishery sectors. Once again, thank you for attending. I welcome all, and we look forward to a very successful evening with fruitful discussions. We continue at this time with brief remarks, and these remarks will be brought to us from Mr. Hilton Horton, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, and this will be via video. Mr. Stephen Moore of the Indian Castle Fisherfolk Association, and P.S. Huey Sargent from the Nevis, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Nevis Island Administration. Let us turn attention to the screen, and then we will, after which we'll welcome Mr. Stephen Moore.
Good afternoon. It is indeed my privilege and pleasure to have this opportunity to participate in this Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed my privilege and pleasure to have this opportunity to participate in this national consultation on fisheries and to bring you greetings on behalf of the CRFM. I want to convey special greetings and thanks to the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Mr. Ron Dublin Collins, and the Director of the Department of Marine Resources, Mr. Mark Williams. I commend them for their vision, leadership, and support to the fisheries sector. I commend them for convening this very important national consultation in order to exchange information with stakeholders, in order to review recent performance of the sector and agree on their future strategic priorities and programs aimed at transforming and repositioning the sector to enhance its contribution to food security and livelihoods in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please permit me to take a few moments to recognize the very hard-working fishers and fish workers of St. Kitts and Nevis. The fishing profession is a hard, dangerous, and demanding occupation. It is characterized by long, tedious hours, hard work, and exposure to the natural elements, including bad weather, rough seas, scorching temperatures, and drenching rain, where simple mistakes can have fatal consequences. But despite the physical, mental, and emotional challenges, the fishermen will tell you that it is also a very beautiful, fulfilling, and satisfying profession. They will tell you that they are able to earn a decent living from the sea, take care of their families, and contribute to the health, food security, and livelihoods of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Fishermen are strong, proud, self-reliant, and brave businessmen who plan and carry out their work using traditional knowledge and now increasingly utilizing science and technology to improve safety at sea, harvesting, and marketing of their catches. Fishermen are expert seafarers who understand the dynamics of the ocean, the way the currents and waves move and change, and how these changes affect their boats and gears and migration and dynamics of the fish stocks. They know how to conserve and protect the stocks and optimize their harvest and income. For these reasons, I want to recognize and commend the fishers and their families for their hard work, sacrifice, and their contribution to the welfare of our people and the development of our countries. Distinguished participants, the fisheries and marine ecosystems in the Caribbean region are very complex and dynamic systems. The Caribbean Sea is a semi-enclosed and is really one interconnected large marine ecosystem linking all of us together. An important characteristic of fish stocks in the region is that they are shared among the countries. For this reason, regional cooperation is a fundamental requirement for effective management, conservation, and sustainable development of the fisheries and living marine resources of the Caribbean region. This is the reason why our governments decided in 2002 to establish the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, or the CRFM, an indigenous regional fisheries body to coordinate and facilitate cooperation and conservation of our fisheries and marine resources. Our objectives are simple. One, safeguarding the sustainable use of fishery resources by implementing fisheries management and conservation plans and protecting the health of the marine environment and ecosystems. Strengthening the monitoring, compliance, and surveillance systems to prevent, eradicate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Addressing our vulnerabilities to climate change and natural disasters, and improving resilience and preparedness in fishing communities and resilience of marine ecosystems. Promoting sustainable development of aquaculture in the region. Increasing export and trade in fish and fishery products. We have also prioritized improvement in management and utilization of the sargassum seaweed that is now filling our coastal waters. In recent years, the CRFM, through the Ministerial Council, adopted a number of policy instruments, including, but not limited to, a regional protocol on securing sustainable small-scale fisheries to, among other things, enhance contribution of small-scale fisheries to regional food security and nutrition, and to support the progressive realization of the right to adequate food, and contribute to the equitable development of small-scale fishing communities and poverty eradication, and to improve the socioeconomic situation of fishers and fish workers in the region. The Council also adopted a regional protocol to address climate change adaptation and disaster risk management in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. They have adopted fishery management plans for flying fish fisheries, the blackfin tuna fisheries, and fisheries conducted using fish aggregating devices. They have issued policy statements on fisheries co-management and participatory approaches to fisheries development and management arising from the JICA-funded Carifico project. They have issued a policy statement on mainstreaming decent work, gender equality, and youth consideration in fisheries and aquaculture policies and projects. They have issued a research agenda to contribute to sustainable development of fisheries and aquaculture in the region. A technology-based fisheries early warning and emergency response application for mobile phones, referred to as FURE, was also adopted. And this is used by fishers to receive early warning of bad weather and sea conditions and share information about local conditions, missing persons, or even share info on their catch and with the government authorities or potential buyers. In addition, the Ministerial Council has adopted a regional plan of action to enhance cooperation and build capacity in combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in the region. We have also continued to make good progress in capacity building and human resource development at the national level in a number of areas relevant to sustainable fisheries, in collaboration with regional and international development partners, such as the United Nations University Fisheries Training Program, now referred to as UNESCO GROW FTP, the International Ocean Institute at Dalhousie University, University of the West Indies, University of Florida, Sea Grant, and the University of Wollongong in Australia. We have developed over the years formal cooperation agreements with these institutions, and we are able to access specialized training opportunities for our people in the region in fisheries. We have consulted and continue to consult with stakeholders in the private sector to identify priority fisheries commodities with further value addition and growth potential. We all know that fisheries science and good data provide the foundation for sound conservation and management of fisheries and marine ecosystems. Therefore, we have invested in updating our fisheries and aquaculture research agenda and priorities, and making the best available data, statistics, and information accessible to countries and stakeholders for planning and decision making. With these policy instruments and enhanced capacities that year by year we have been gradually building up, we are establishing a solid foundation and strong regional policy framework within which the Caribbean community, within the context of the Caribbean Community Common Fisheries Policy, that should guide our actions and support our member states over the next 10 to 20 years in achieving our defined development objectives in fisheries. Our vision is to have a fisheries sector that is sustainable, resilient, and productive, and contribute to food and nutrition security, livelihoods, and well-being of the people of the region. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated our economies over the past year. As we look to the future, we believe the resources of the sea around us offer significant opportunities for self-reliant, sustainable growth and development. We look forward to working with the government and fishers of St. Kitts and Nevis in the coming months and years in realizing the full potential of the fisheries sector and enhancing the contribution that the marine resources make to our sustainable development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Stay safe and may God bless you.
Put your hands together. We continue with our brief remarks, and let's now welcome Mr. Stephen Moore of the Indian Castle Fisherfolk Association. Can you put your hands together for him as he comes?
Let me establish the protocol so ably established by the Master of Ceremony. There is no way I could have been prepared for an event like this afternoon. I am pleasantly surprised by not only the turnout, but the quality of the turnout. Far too often, Fishers has been left behind, almost seem like an afterthought. But I hope this afternoon event signal a paradigm shift in policies and the way of thinking, and hence we will take our rightful place in food security and the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want to bring warm greetings from all fishers in the Federation, St. Kitts and Nevis, in general, and in particular, the Indian Castle Fisherfolks Association, which I'm being privileged to be the president of and for the past 8 years. From that vantage position, it put me in the epicenter of what's going on in the fishing industry. I speak daily with fishers, communicate, been to several meetings, and there are a lot of things that are affecting us. And we have agitated for a long time. But the advent of COVID has brought this industry, I don't like to call it sector, because it should be treated as an industry. It has brought this industry into focal. And thus, again, I hope this is the catalyst for change. And from here, when we move from here, Mr. Collins, I think you alluded to it, that when we leave from here, we see the changes that we so long asked for and agitated for, but we so need and desire to put us on a better footing. COVID, like I said, brought us into focus, and we're glad for the assistance that we got from government, albeit fish pot wires and equipment. We have a reduction in prices. But that only goes so far. It was a stopgap measure. But there are long-term situations that needs to be dealt with to propel us to where we need to be. Albeit, notwithstanding landing sites. The fishing community in the federations doesn't have ownership to most of the landing sites, whereas we might have ownership to the landing site. Access to those sites are not publicly owned, and thus it causes a hindrance. As for the development to happen on these sites, we need those sites to either be in public hands or if in private hands to the fishers. And so we're imploring this gathering this afternoon to see and to gather our discussion towards mitigating this problem so as to move the industry, as I said, forward. The other thing is climate change has brought fishing to a different level. And thus, you have to go further for your catch, which require bigger boats. The industry doesn't support boat building in the Federation. So most of these boats would have to be imported. But we don't have the proper facility. We don't have ramps, we don't have cradles, and also we don't even have slips. So fishing in the Federation is an expensive venture, because I from Indian Castle, once I want to go fishing, when I decide that I will need a boat, I have to couple that, then I need a pickup, because I have to pull my boat to land. I cannot plan a fishing trip unless I get the whole community involved, because when me and my partner go to sea, who's going to help us pull the boat up? There's no slip. So fishing is a very expensive venture, and it doesn't have to be. All it needs is some legislative will and political will to change this, and I hope this is the start for such change. I hope this afternoon, Mr. Collins has said, and I noted that you said that this is the day that the Lord has made, and fishers, let's be rejoiced and be glad in it. I'm not often pleasantly surprised when I go to a fishing forum, but I was pleasantly surprised this afternoon that we have all the stakeholders here. And so we need to lock ourselves in this room this afternoon and come out smoking, helping this fishing industry is no longer a sector. Because even the theme said, and I wrote it down here, together we invest to transform and build partnership for sustainable agriculture and food security. Fishers, do you feel slighted? Your name are not mentioned. Although it's implying agriculture and fish security. So we need now to get to where we need to get, changing our verbiage, changing the way we're thinking, changing the way we invest in the industry, because the industry can put this country where it needs to be. Tourism is suffering. Fishing is a very resilient industry. We have 70% of our land mass is water. And from there, we can feed our people. Until, we celebrated 1 million visitors in tourism just the other day. So now the tourists are not here. So they are not here to eat our fish. Why can't we produce that 1 million pounds of fish and send to the tourists? It is easier to do. But it needs the will of everybody in this room this afternoon to start that in motion. And we expect no less. And we do our part, and we expect all the power brokers here to do their part. Change the language. We are no longer a sector. We are an industry from which this country can build its pillar on for food security and economic security. There's a phenomenon in the industry. I don't know if it's in Sinkits, but I know it's in Nevis. When we order a boat, because of the lack of facility, we find it easier to take the boat to St. Martin, because again, they have the ramp, they have the facilities. St. Martin is a duty-free port, so I have nothing to pay. I lace my boat in St. Martin. I drive it over to, sail it over to Nevis, sink it to the Federation. I will take out a business license, $150. That's all the government gets. The boat is $100,000. So if the government was to provide the facility, then I have to pay custom. Then I have to pay a truckman. That's an industry with one boat, $100,000. But right now, the government's only got $150. Are we going to change that this afternoon? Is this what this consultation is about? I think we can. We have the energy, we have the people, we have everything that we need in this room. So if it doesn't happen, it means that somebody ain't listening. And we're going to forever be doing the same thing and expect different result. I hope that these words doesn't fall on deaf ears. Where will next fisher coming from? Is it taught in school? What's the curriculum say about fishing? Should fishing be a career choice like any other career? I think it could be. So the education department, again, need to be on board. So at least we can teach fishing. We have enough fishermen with a lot of knowledge who only pass this knowledge to the grave because there is no mechanism in place to impart this knowledge. So we need to change. And I'm glad to see what I'm seeing here this afternoon, that this is a forum on which this change could start. And I heard Mr. Master of Ceremony said, inaugural consultation, which tells me that there will be much more. And I hope that the fishers concerned and the fishers representation would continue to be a part of this discourse so as to move the industry and the economy where it should be, via fishing. And I only had 5 minutes, and so I'll rest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore, and I'm going to invite you again to signal our support for very open and frank statements to which we want to have discussions around tonight. Let us put our hands together around for Mr. Stephen Moore of the Indian Castle Fisher Folk. This gathering is somewhat unusual because we provided very few spaces for specially invited guests. And so we have almost 100 fishers in here tonight. I want to put your hands again together for the tremendous support and show of strength of our fishing community. This time I'd like to invite P.S. Sargent from the Nevis Island Administration, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Let us welcome him, Mr. Council, please.
Thank you, P.S. Collins. I'd like to adopt the protocol that was so ably established. I must say I'm a little bit intimidated having to talk after Mr. Moore. But indeed, he did express quite intelligent and very well thought out ideas, and I trust and I want to associate myself with them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Nevis Island Administration, which has responsibility for marine resources, continues to support the efforts of fishers and marine resource activities, specifically as it relates to food security. Daily and weekly catches of fish and other shelled or scaled animals not only ensure that residents have a valuable food supply, but it also ensures that families are economically supported. Of course, that is the large picture, but many persons in the fishing industry tend to function on an individual level or a community level without taking so much note of the big picture. Officials at the ministerial and ministry level have to think about the big picture and ensure that there are levels of cohesion, regulations, and standards across the sector, and that there is equity and equality among fishers no matter their landing site. While we look at the landscape and the blue economy as a country, as a sector, or rather as an industry, we are still standing on the sands of possibilities. We need to step confidently into the water. I have confidence that our actions in this sector are very similar to traditional agriculture. They have the potential to generate real wealth in our small economy. I am of the opinion that once we work together and coordinate our strategies and efforts, they can ensure a resurgence of our economic fortunes. As I look at the theme, together we invest, transform, and build partnership for sustainable agriculture and food security. Here once again we are highlighting the importance of partnerships in order for success to be achieved. Partnerships are often on the premise that you get returns based on your contribution. However, we are in a society where sectoral partners seem to expect that government assist and provide assistance and get nothing at the end of the process. From my experience, the government works on behalf and spends the monies of the citizens and residents of the country. The returns, therefore, would not be direct payments back to the government structure. However, there's an expectation that the general community, the general population, should benefit. If we are to be fair, I want to use this example. The general population via the government would assist fishermen with wire and other fishing supplies. When the fisherman returns with a catch, the same population sometimes have to pay increased prices for fish. So the residents end up paying upfront and still pay in the end. We must ask ourselves about our respective responsibilities within the sector. From the Nevis Island administration, we realized a few years ago that despite the introduction of new legislation, we still had two departments working separately, and we began quickly to rectify that problem. Fast forward to 2021, we have so far held one senior management meeting, which we sought to harmonize the structure of the work plan, and we believe that the service delivery should be the same on both islands, both sides of the Narrows. I will stay here for now, and I want to congratulate the participants and the organizers, and I wish our discussions well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peer Sergeant. I want to pause to recognize Mr. Lemuel Pemberton, who is the Deputy Director of the Department of Marine Resources in Nevis. Mr. Pemberton, can you just raise your hand so we can see where you are? Okay, he's somewhat in the rear. We want to recognize you this evening. I also want to recognize Director Melvin James of the Department of Agriculture here in St. Kitts and Dr. Tracy Challenger, the Chief Veterinary Officer. We thank you for your support of the Fisheries and Department of Marine Resources and this event this evening. We continue with somewhat of a break that we can be entertained, and I want to advise of our special selection as we put our hands together and welcome the young Delrose Wilkinson, and she'll be rendering a special selection just for our fisher folk.
Good afternoon, each and every one of you. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for making me a part of your program. It feels nice to be outside singing again. What? The song is just to remind us how beautiful and important each and every one of us are. We're all diamonds, we're all meant to shine. We matter in each and everyone's lives, to be collective and together. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright. beautiful diamonds in the sky. I too am so alive. So we're beautiful diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and believe. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. See, I saw the light shine bright tonight. You and me, so we're beautiful diamonds in the sky. I too am so alive. So we're beautiful diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. 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 So we're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. See, you're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. See, you're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Shine bright tonight, you and I. So we're beautiful diamonds in the sky. I too am so alive. So we're beautiful diamonds in the sky. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A fitting tribute to our fisherfolk, diamonds in the sky. Thank you very much, Miss Wilkinson. Can we put our hands together again for Miss Wilkinson for her rendition? At this point, it gives me great privilege and honor to introduce our Director of Marine Resources to present the Director's 2020 report. And I ask you to put your hands together and welcome Dr. Mark Williams, Director of Marine Resources for the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to adopt the protocol that was already established, but we'd like to recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Timothy Harris, Minister for Agriculture, Marine Resources, the Honorable Alexis Jeffords, or PS, Ron Dublin Collins, and the PSN Nevis, Mr. Huey Sargent. Today, I'm going to give you an overview of the performance of marine resources over the past year in comparison to 2021. However, we have to put it in some context. The first slide you have on the board is the ecosystems approach to fisheries management. In 2011, we decided that marine resources couldn't continue the way it was going. It was more of a top-down approach, and we decided that stakeholder participation is necessary. So what the EAF approach to fisheries management looks at is looking at this as how can we manage the resource while taking into account the livelihoods of the stakeholders that are dependent on the resource, which are the fishers. Out of this exercise, we had a number of entry points where we could develop fisheries over the next 10 years from 2011 to 2021. And one of the areas is the new fisheries legislation, which was passed in 2016. The enlistment of stakeholders in decision making. What you see we have today, where we have stakeholders coming to this session to discuss matters in relevance to fisheries. And over the years, in terms of when we have any new policy change, we have involved stakeholders in both islands. You have the data collection and analysis. We have been more reliant on the data that is produced, and we thank the fishers in both St. Kitts and Nevis who have been supplying them in order for us to make management decisions on the industry. The stakeholders asked for marine management areas, which we in 2016 declared on August 18th in 2016, we declared the first marine management area. And this is one of a kind where it covers a 2-mile radius around the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, which has areas for fishing priority, recreation, mixed use, transportation. And then they asked for the development of aquaculture. We are going more into detail about this a bit later, but aquaculture strategy was developed in 2013 for 2013 to 2023 to put food security at the forefront of our agenda. Based on that, we see that 2021 now is the end of this EAF approach, and going forward we will need the support and the direction of you, the fishers, in determining our way forward. Last year was a challenging year for marine resources. We had the corona pandemic, which caused economic difficulties for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. What the government did, they responded by giving us a stimulus package for about 3 million, approximately 3 million, in which we purchased a number of fishing gear. And this slide you see a breakdown of the fishing gear that we have that came up to the 3 million. You see we had fishing wire, hooks, ropes, buoys, and other fishing equipment. Give me 1 second. Could we get someone adjust the light? based on the monies that were expensed, the 3 million, we have these products which we offered to sale to the for the fishers in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis at 50% or less of cost. This 3 million has resulted in a better performance of the fisheries sector in the latter half of 2020, where you see we started out in January to March. We had 3 months of progressive decline, 24% decline. In the month of April, when we had a lockdown, it was 82.9% decline. However, from the period May to December of 2020, there was a 26% increase in the amount of fish caught over the prior period 2019 as a result of the COVID funds being used in the fisheries sector. And because of the magnitude of the catch during that period, there was an overall improvement of 3.6% from the catch landed in 2019 to the catch landed in 2020. We see from the next slide is a comparison of the fish landings by the major fisheries. We had the increase in reef and demersal fisheries. We had the decline in coastal pelagics, which is the Jackson, so because of reduced fishing efforts. We had an increase in the ocean pelagics, which is the tunas, the marlins, increase in conch. The conch and lobsters are our major fisheries, but what you see, most of the conch that was caught last year was exported. Lobster fisheries increased as a result of the gear, the fish trap wire, and the rope associated with that fishery. At the start of the year, the ministry decided that we're going to have a number of consultations with farmers as well as fisherfolk. But we decided that we need to go into the fishing communities before we start our general consultation, the national consultation. Because we had a work program for 2020 which wasn't validated by you, the fisherfolk. So we had to present it, we had to tell you what we're doing and get your feedback so we could have something that is real, that you could see that 2021 wasn't a wasted year for fisherfolk as a result of the efforts of the Department of Marine Resources. So we went into most of the fishing communities within St. Kitts and Nevis. We did 4 in St. Kitts, which is Sandy Point, Diet Bay, Old Road, and Bastia, East and West. And we did Nevis, which we did Charlestown, Newcastle, and Indian Castle. And we presented what we were going to do for 2020. We talk about our the regulations to the Fisheries Act that was declared in 2016, and the management plan for the marine management area, which was also declared in 2016. We also talk about our divisional structure, where the Department of Marine Resources reorganized in 2020 into 4 divisions, one dealing with the fish products. The fish products basically look at the fisheries complexes. Then you have the support services, which deals with administration and compliance and enforcement. We have research and development, which deals with the data collection as well as aquaculture development. And we have the ecosystems management division, which look at the extension services as well as the marine management area. There's a number of issues regionally and globally that are affecting our fisheries. We looked at the liberalization of trade by the WTO over the years, where we have harmonization in duties for every country. What this does, it puts St. Kitts and Nevis as a disadvantage, in the sense that we are not able, we don't have the resources to compete with our more fortunate allies in this world in terms of fish products and fish trade. And what you see is that St. Kitts and Nevis often get the large amounts of mislabeled fish, where you have swai being passed over as grouper, haddock passed over as saltfish. So this is an area of concern that we are going to be looking at and see how we can address. Food and nutrition security. We see because of COVID, you have a number of countries unwilling to trade with countries like St. Kitts and Nevis, because they have to hold on to their fisheries products for their own food and nutrition security purposes. So we have to develop aquaculture. We have to put this at the forefront of our fisheries agenda, because say tomorrow our borders are closed, we must be able to eat, and we should be able to produce our own fish, and this can only be done through aquaculture. The marine captured environment is something that we see fluctuate over the years, and there is no guarantee, because of global warming, climate change, that we can sustain our current levels of fish production from our marine captured species. We also have the Caribbean Community Common Fisheries Policy, which is a policy document developed by CRFM member states and the CRFM Secretariat, which allows countries to communicate in relation to their access to the fisheries waters, research and development, as well as fisheries development. Then we have fisheries subsidies. This is one of the challenging issues that we have been facing on in a global arena, because what the developed countries of the world looked at, that countries like us shouldn't be given subsidies to our fisher folk, while they, years gone by, use fisheries subsidies to develop their own fisheries, and we do not have the same resources like them now. So if we agree to harmonization of the fisheries subsidies policy, St. Kitts and Nevis wouldn't be able to develop. Someday, I want to see somebody like Wayne Williams fishing on the high seas, Gaston Dixon fishing on the high seas, Lionel Jones fishing on the high seas. I don't want to see us challenging other fishers for our access to the EEZ that we have here. Once ago, we used to have a high seas fishing fleet, and we intend to resurrect our high seas fishing fleet. But we want our high seas fishing fleet to be managed by our local fishers. The income come back to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for our own economic development. Thank you very much.
Let us put our hands together again for Dr. Mark, the Director of Marine Resources, for his presentation. However, you can refer to your package and you'll realize the full presentation is enclosed in your packet, as well as the presentation by several other key persons, which will be done during session 2. We continue in our review at this time as we turn our attention to our host, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources. Put your hands together and welcome the Honorable Alexis Jeffers to share with us at this time.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Good evening, everyone. The protocol has been established, but if I may, permit me to recognize the Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Timothy Harris, other members at the head table, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ron Dublin Collins, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources here on St. Kitts and in the Federation, that is. Also, we have the Permanent Secretary of Agriculture from the NIA, Mr. Huey Sargent, and also Director Marine Resource here on St. Kitts and Nevis, of course, Dr. I apologize, Dr. Mark Williams. Permit me also to recognize among us the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Honorable as well, Bernicia Nisbet, also the Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan, His Excellency Tom Lee, and his delegation. Recognize also a Deputy Director, Mr. Lemuel Pemberton, and also Assistant Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Nevis, Mr. Russell Jeffers, and the entire delegation that would have come across from Nevis to be a part of this consultation this evening, and all other members of the Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, all of you who are here this afternoon to lend your support, and most importantly, you as the fisher folks who we rely on here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to feed us. We welcome all of you. Before I go into my presentation, let me recognize Mr. Stephen Mackey Moore. And I say that because in 2013, when I became the Minister of Agriculture in the Nevis Island Administration, he approached me and we had extensive discussions about the formation of a fisherman co-op in the Hanleys Road area, Indian Castle Hanleys Road. And I want to commend him. The reason why I mention him is because he would have had the discussion with me, and it didn't stay there. He would have gone, formed the cooperatives, and also we would have seen the fruits of his labor over the years. As a matter of fact, it is one of those vibrant organizations in Nevis that we look to push the agenda of the fisheries sector forward. As a matter of fact, many of you are familiar with the Indian Castle fishing tournament. That is one of the exploit that we would have seen over the years, and indeed he would have done a good job in terms of ensuring that fisher folks in the area, in Indian Castle, and also throughout Nevis, are given the attention that they deserve. So I wanted to put your hands together for Mr. Moore. And let me say, Mr. Moore, your words haven't fallen on deaf ears this evening. You're very straightforward and honest in your deliberation, and we appreciate that because that is what we need to propel the sector forward. And if we are not willing to listen, if we are not willing to act, and we are not willing to do what is required of us from the administration standpoint, then all of these meetings would be for naught and to no avail. So we hear you, and we'll hear more of what is to be discussed later. Thank you. I also want to say as well that I stand here this evening. I got vaccinated yesterday. And I say that publicly because we have had some misgivings, some misunderstandings or misinformation regarding the vaccination program. It is a personal choice that you will make, but it is a personal choice that can have significant impact on the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis as we go forward. During the course of 2020, you would realize, or you would recall, that we had our challenges with lockdowns and fisher folks were having difficulties plying their trade. We don't want to see another lockdown in this federation. As a matter of fact, we are looking towards an even brighter and better future in terms of where we want to see this federation go. And thus, I am imploring you, I'm asking you, beseeching you, to make that personal choice that can be redound to the benefit of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I've done so. I'm here standing tonight, and I cannot say I have any adverse effects as yet. But I don't expect to. But it is one of those decisions that we have to make as leaders, and we would have done so hoping that you as citizens will soon follow in that same vein. I want to at this point as well, I know the presentation that was made by Mr. Milton Horton, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. It was one of those presentations that I think we would have to look at in its text and see in which way we can apply that to our future development of the sector. So I want to thank him very much. I also want to welcome all who are listening and viewing online. We appreciate your presence with us here this evening. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor and pleasure for me to address you here this evening in my capacity as Minister responsible for Fisheries and Marine Resources. Allow me to express my profound gratitude to our fisher folks, in particular for the great show of support this evening and the overall effort that you are showing here this evening to buy into our work program that the ministry has established over the last, at least the last year and moving up to this year as well. The attendance here this evening, of course, it makes me proud as the host of this consultation. And of course, as we seek to solidify our partnership and provide for meaningful engagement on matters of the sector, we expect this evening to be one that we would lay the cards on the table and document and seek to ensure that we are acting on the recommendations that will be provided this evening. This is a critical sector that underpins the food security, national requirements, and livelihood of our people. I know that for many of you here today, fisheries is about how we live. It is about how we interact with one another. It is also about our livelihood and the way of life. The complex challenges facing our fisheries sector cannot be tackled by government alone. Given the shared nature of fisheries resources, the solutions must come through strategic partnerships, as well as a regional and international cooperation as we intensify our actions locally. This evening's national consultation on fisheries seeks to provide a platform for a dynamic policy dialogue which will enable all of us to embrace actions that are geared towards the sustainable development of the fisheries sector. It will also seek to provide the avenue for us to exchange information and share lessons learned, as well as providing an opportunity for networking so as to enable us to identify resources needed for the sustainable development of fisheries in the Federation. At this national consultation, we will seek to deepen our cooperation and identify areas and strategies to sustain and expand partnerships for the benefit of all fisher folks in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. As we convene here today, we must acknowledge that the governance framework that have a direct bearing on sustainable fisheries development are also rapidly evolving. This calls for dedicated actions and engagement with all of our partners at all levels. During the year 2020, the stimulus package that was brought forward by the government of St. Kitts and Nevis would have seen strategic intervention to enhance our nation's ability to weather the ongoing impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The rollout of the stimulus package was strategically implemented to provide well-needed support to our fisher folks. We will this year continue to cushion the impact of COVID-19 to ensure the well-being of our fisher folks and their families, and to contribute to a resilient and sustainable fisheries sector. Of note though, as was indicated by Dr. Mark Williams, it is a fact that 2020 would have seen an overall decrease in the total landing recorded at our landing sites in St. Kitts and Nevis. Notwithstanding that though, we are still encouraged that the sector can be made even stronger with additional resources added. As such, we have seen the injection of just about $3 million that was spent on the sector. About 90% of the gear and equipment, which include fishing wire, fishing hooks, fishing lines, flares, and other safety gear, was sourced for our fisher folks. Government stimulus financial injection into the sector provided assistance to almost 300 fisher folks in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and that is significant, of course. The coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic and its associated economic impacts have serious implications for fisheries in the Federation. Such times as we are facing reminds us of the importance of ensuring that our nation's food security have to be addressed. We have therefore repositioned ourselves in this sector to respond to these challenges and changes, thus helping to dampen the impact on the sector and its performance. The livelihood of our noble men and women in the sector were negatively impacted during 2020. And we certainly can speak to that in many ways. However, government support for the fisheries sector through COVID-19 relief programs ensured the livelihood of many was protected and even saw a marked increase in persons joining the sector. The COVID-19 pandemic therefore offers us an opportunity to rethink, reshape, and reposition the sector and make it more adaptive and resilient to any future pandemic or other future threats as we progress. In light of the economic challenges that have developed since the presence of COVID-19, my ministry, through our Department of Fisheries and Marine Resources, is building the foundation for a resilient marine sector. For example, the Bastia Fisheries Complex received a major restructuring job in 2020 in order to provide better services to citizens and fisher folks of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Bastia Fisheries Complex will give legitimate fishers a guaranteed market for their fish products, while ensuring that safety and traceability protocols are in place for fish products. Fisher folks at landing sites where no fishing processing facilities are located will also be supported by the Bastia Fisheries Complex and the complex in Charlestown as well. We therefore remain committed to the completion at this point in time in the All Road Fisheries Complex. It has been a long ongoing project, but we feel it is important to have that project completed so that the results that we are seeking and the overall impact that that can have on the community of Old Road and beyond can be realized. The ministry will also ensure that all fishers are applying their trade in a safe and sustainable manner. This year, 2021, we will see the passage of new fisheries regulations and the development of a framework for the re-establishment of our high seas fishing fleet that was spoken about by Dr. Mark Williams. This, of course, will provide sustainable income for the marine sector and new job opportunities for the citizens of the Federation. In St. Kitts and Nevis, food and nutrition security remains paramount to this government as we continue to provide the necessary services that our fishers need in terms of gear, equipment, and other support at an available cost. The Ecosystems Services Division will engage in the monitoring of the St. Kitts and Nevis marine management area and other sensitive ecosystems to ensure that these habitats can thrive now and in the future. We will see the reintroduction of the fish aggregating device systems, which are FAD program. This program will reduce fishing pressures on our sensitive marine ecosystems and provide a more cost-effective way of fishing for our fisher folks. Additionally, the training of fishers in vertical and horizontal longline techniques will be provided to our fisher folks so as to ensure that the development of this particular area is proficient and be used to the advantage of all. Also of note, the development of the blue economy is significant to support our sustainable income generating sources for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. In 2021, we propose to further strengthen and develop enabling legal and policy frameworks in order to ensure the sustainable use of our ocean's resources in a safe and effective manner. To this end, the Department of Marine Resources will continue the training activities for fisher folks. Basic fisher training courses are planned for 2021. These courses will teach fishers how to improve production while addressing their safety and general business concerns. It has been observed that the local, regional, and even global demand for fish is increasing. Fish and fisheries products are ranked among the most traded food commodities globally. Fueling this demand is an ever irrepressible growth in population and the established health benefits of eating fish. Therefore, the ministry is engaged in the establishment of policy direction geared towards the improvement of our fisheries management systems, identification of routes towards more integrated approach for fisheries management, and looking at recommendations for ways forward in dealing with fisheries assessment and governance issues locally and within the region. The importance of fisheries to the Federation and our people has become highlighted in many forums, or has been highlighted in many forums. Our fishers are highly vulnerable to negative trends in fisheries, such as declining catches and degrading habitats and other risks. We have observed that due to the loss of employment opportunities in other sectors of the economy, people are turning to fishing. Small-scale fishing, for some, as a result of job loss, is becoming a permanent way of life for many of these new fisher folks. Therefore, over the years, there have been significant improvement in the types of technologies involved in the fishing industry. Fishing gear have evolved, and we are seeking to ensure that new technologies are used to enhance the fisheries sector and protect lives and ensure that they become both accessible and available to our fisher folks. Our fishing vessel must be fully equipped and fitted with the necessary equipment, devices, and instruments to enhance operations and, most importantly, our safety. We have seen over the years, as a result of our fisher folks not paying great attention to safety, we have had lives lost at sea. We want to ensure that we're doing the things necessary within the sector and within the Federation to protect lives at all costs. Further, our focus throughout this year and beyond will be the improvement of our fisheries management systems, strengthening the capacity of our fisheries administrations to manage fisheries, promoting fishers' involvement in development, implementing monitoring fisheries management plans, and improving scientific capabilities in the fisheries sector. We are acutely aware that sustainable trade in fish and fishery products are being viewed as a means of livelihood, and food security of our fisher folks therefore become even more important. We are working to improve the manner in which the trade in fish and fish products are conducted and coordinated so as to allow for a viable ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring the efficient and adequate distribution of our fish products. Our government's investment in the fishery sector is part of a strategy aimed at developing fisheries and food security. The government provides direct and or indirect subsidies to the sector by way of incentives geared towards the stimulation of growth and development of fisheries and aquaculture, primarily through the cost reduction of these inputs. We will continue to see duty concessions on fishing gear and equipment, fishing boats and engines, and other related items. Ladies and gentlemen, the fisheries sector is now being called upon to play a more enhanced role in employment creation, national development, poverty alleviation, and environmental protection. We must work together within this sector to overcome its challenges and undergo reform and enhancement with the objective of improving the livelihoods of our fisher folks. Opportunities are being created to open up new avenues, such as aquaculture, as I mentioned before, to shift fishermen or fisher folks from an overexploited area where income prospects are under tremendous pressure. We are all aware that our fishing communities are vulnerable to disturbances such as hurricanes and storm surges, which can change the livelihood systems and economic opportunities overnight. The fisheries sector is particularly vulnerable to climate change and climate variabilities. Future changes in the intensity, severity, and frequency of storms could threaten fisheries through disruption of fishing and fish processing activities. Damage to fishing vessels, fishing gear, coastal infrastructure, impacts on the safety of fishers at sea and fish workers on land, and jeopardizing the well-being of fishing livelihoods and households in an entire community. These threats present a significant challenge to us. Thus, we as a ministry is seeking to support the adaptive response of fisheries to storm events. Indeed, our fisheries can generate gainful employment in ways that go beyond the traditional view. The sector offers opportunities in many areas. Fisheries in its broadest sense offers a significant and yet unrealized economic opportunity for our people. And for this reason, the ministry and government is given greater focus to the sector as part of our national development plan. In concluding my presentation here this evening, at this year's annual review and Agenda 2021 consultation, I state boldly that we have the potential and the capacity to achieve much more in agriculture and in the fishery sector. But to do so, however, we must navigate carefully in a sustainable way, addressing issues beyond the talk and making bold steps to enhance our work. I also implore us once again that the entire sector need to embrace some of these innovative practices and other growing techniques to produce more to meet our food challenges. I assure you that at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, we will do our part. I therefore call on all of our stakeholders, I call on all of our people to do their part and to make our sector what we envision for the benefit of all our people. So I close by saying, together we invest, transform and build partnership for sustainable agriculture and food security. I wish this consultation every success. I wish all of you as fisher folks every success in your trade. Continue to be safe on the high seas. May God continue to bless us all as a people, and may God continue to bless this great federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for so carefully and deliberately penning and chronicling our vision and mission for this sector, or as our brothers share, industry. Can we put our hands together again for the Honorable Alexis Jeffers? Over the years we have, and the Minister alluded to it, it is this particular industry, this particular sector holds risk of our lives. And we have lost some persons as a result on the high sea, including most recently. And we continue to pray for the families of our fishermen and our fishers who so boldly would make that step into the waters day after day, into the night and the darkness of it, to ensure that we receive fish. Let us at this time pause for a moment just to recognize those who have lost their lives at sea. Can you stand with me, please? Thank you very much. Now let's dance. But while you remain in your seat, the dance will be led by Angelique Dance Company. Let's welcome them as they bring some energy into our consultation this evening as we prepare ourselves for the Honorable Prime Minister. We welcome with a round of applause the Angelique Dance Company.
Time to shall the place. Shall the place. So now we shall the place. Say we shall the place. Time to shall the go. Time to shall the place. So now we shall the place. Say we shall the place. Right now we come to kill them hell. Kill them hell. Whenever you hear the gong shell, everybody shell. Everybody shell. Everybody shell. Everybody shell. Everybody
put your hands together for the Angelique Dance Company in their tribute to our fishers. And the energy came just before the introduction of our next presenter. Our next presenter is the Honorable Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, who has so graciously provided support time and time again to the sector, the ministry, both agriculture in its general terms, specifically also if we have to use and speak to the vocab the gentleman spoke of, the fisheries sector. And we want to recognize the Honorable Prime Minister for the leadership provided, the guidance provided, and the support. His presence tonight is testimony of the support of this sector. Put your hands together and let us welcome now the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, Prime Minister of St. Christopher and Nevis, to bring us remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Could we give a round of applause to Permanent Secretary Ron Collins for so ably presiding over today's gathering. I want to adopt the protocol in the interest of time. However, it would be remiss of me if I were not to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, my cabinet colleague, Mr. Alexis Jeffers. Could we give him a special hand? I want equally to recognize my parliamentary colleague, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Dr. Bernicia Nisbet. I want to recognize Ambassadors Tom Lee. Tom Lee is the distinguished representative of the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. I want equally to recognize Ambassador Kevin Williams and thank him for taking time for being with us today. But most importantly, I want to say how pleased I am that so many of our fisher folks should gather today for this special consultation about you, your livelihood, and your work. Could you give yourself a special hand of welcome and commendation? As I look around the room, I was very delighted to see the makeup of today's gathering. Young, seasoned veteran in the fishing industry, and those, of course, who are just getting started. I was pleasantly surprised to see an old hand, or rather an experienced hand, in Major Ralph Wilkin, former Director of Fisheries. Let's give him a special hand. Major, could you stand? We want to give Ralph Wilkin a special round of applause. Way back then when I was Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, he was among those who were laboring in the vineyard. And though he left fisheries for a while, he can't get it out of his mind. And I am advised that he is working very hard to bring back into full operation the fisheries corp for which Sandy Point and Victory in particular were well known. So let's give him a special hand in the hope that he will do something good there. I want to say I am happy for this opportunity to come, not just to renew acquaintances. When I started my own ministerial life way back in 1995, I was the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Housing. So many of you are well known to me. People like Mr. Peets from Old Road, who are among some of those young and upcoming fishermen who we know with good luck, with hard work and dedication, would certainly make it to the top. And so him and persons like Challenger and all those folks who are part of the fisheries, it's still good to see that you have endured up to today. I want to recognize Mr. Sergeant at the head table representing the NIA, and as the PS of Agriculture. And I also want, of course, to commend Mr. or Dr. Mark Williams, the Director of Marine Resources. I've seen Mark grown. When Mark came to the Marine Resources, he had hitherto been, I think, in the Ministry of Sustainable Development. That's so. That's so. And so we welcome him over though into a new arena. And as minister, I had the opportunity to see him grow and develop and widen his knowledge. And it is a pleasure to see him now operating as the director of the marine sector, because I know, coming from a fishing community in Deep Bay, he knew something about marine resources. Through hard work and dedication, he has improved tremendously. So my commendation to you, Mark, in your role. Again, I've come basically to say that the government as a whole remains deeply committed to support marine development in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and agriculture by extension. Agriculture, we should be aware, is a broad field, and sometimes we divide it up because agriculture is about crop development, and from crops you could subdivide that into many other areas: fruits, vegetables, you name them. But agriculture embodies livestock, over which Dr. Tracy Challenger presides. Agriculture also embodies forestry. Once upon a time, that was a big part of agriculture. I could remember Henry Mills being one of the persons who were in that subsector of the agriculture industry. But agriculture also, according to the food and agriculture definition, involves fisheries subsector. So when we speak of agriculture, it's really the broad international label by which we are exploring largely all those things that by and large contribute to our food security. So I welcome and acknowledge that. And today the focus is on the Marine Resource Department. Yes, we have heard a lot about COVID. And interestingly, the COVID pandemic last year demonstrated very clearly that we need to make urgent investments in the agricultural sector. When the COVID pandemic was on the horizon, one of the things that the government advisors were concerned about was whether there would be disruption in the food supply chain. That is why when we announced the lockdowns, we were careful to say to people as we opened up gingerly that, listen, there was no need to rush to the supermarkets for food because enough will be there. Because we had done the research and we had done the work, and we were assured that in stock in our country, we had adequate supply to last between 10 to 12 weeks. That is why we had said that. But of course, over time, as people rushed to the supermarkets, buying as if it were in the hurricane season and hurricane was to come tomorrow and everybody goes to stock up, you had depletion of certain stocks. But what it sent us a message was that if there was any disruption, say in the containers coming to St. Kitts and Nevis, this was an area in which we had to put particular attention. Therefore, when we build out the stimulus package, which to date is the largest and the best in the Caribbean region, we put aside $10 million for those who are involved in livestock, those who are involved in crop farming, those who are involved in fisheries. It was a significant investment to buffer our hold on agriculture in recognition of the fact that unless we control what we are going to eat, our future will not be very bright. Today's focus on the fisheries and the marine sector more broadly is about remembering that future. And the COVID-19 experience taught us some very significant lessons. We heard in some of the remarks before how production fell gradually. I looked at the table for April, and fisheries production fell from 52,700 pounds in April of 2019 to 9,020 pounds in April of 2020 as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated lockdowns. 82.9% reduction in the production of fish products in the first month after we had to lock down the country. So that was a significant fall off, and we will get more to that. Because critically what we want to do is to learn from that experience about what investments in agriculture broadly and marine resource development, broadly speaking, can do to enhance a better future for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Yes, COVID-19 has taught us a lesson. And as we look to the future, post-COVID-19, we are looking to agriculture, crops, livestock, and marine resource development to help make our future stronger and safer. We want to look to this sector to see how we can create more jobs for our young people in particular, and to explore new opportunities. In his own remarks, Mark spoke about the importance of aquaculture. We have had some tentative goings in that particular arena, and yet aquaculture is going to be one of the fastest growing area of marine development in the world. And so we will have to find a way of enticing more people to come and to invest profitably in the area of aquaculture for the future. I hope that the consultation would help us discuss that future which we must focus on. Yes, COVID-19 has been and continues to be the most significant challenge which the world has seen over the last 100 years. The impact upon the global economy has been harder and longer than any other challenge that it has faced in living memory. And so when we were to look at the charts in terms of impact on the economy, we see every region of the world suffered negative growth. And we saw in the Caribbean, because we are heavily reliant on tourism, COVID-19 undermined significantly job creation and growth. For us to get to that stronger and safer future, we have, as it were, to put COVID-19 behind us. And Minister Jeffers made perhaps what is one of the most significant points made in the context of this consultation, in the context of the forward movement of this country which we all love, is that we have to get ourselves vaccinated. If there is anything else that you ought to forget from this evening, please remember that you have to sign up to get yourself vaccinated. Because until we get ourselves vaccinated, until St. Kitts and Nevis achieves herd immunity, we will have always be operating in the shadows of COVID-19. So I want to encourage all of you here, to get yourselves vaccinated as soon as possible. Alexis Jeffers did it. I did it the day before him, as did 22 medical doctors, including internists like Dr. C. Haley, including surgeons like Dr. Pemberton and Warner and whoever else were there. All of them came forward because they understand the importance of the science and the importance of protecting yourself against a virus, invisible as it is, has killed millions of persons all over the world. And we don't want you to be part of that statistics. On the first day and Monday, 70 persons came forward as volunteers. Today, we had, well, as at this moment, the last count I've had is that we have moved from 70 and the one. Today, the latest tally I got is that we have now 253 persons who have volunteered to be vaccinated. And when you look at the Facebook, many of them are so pleased about it that they have put their face and their signage saying that they have been vaccinated. The first group, of course, are those who are in the front lines, the doctors, the nurses, the police, the fire people, the defense force people. Those are who are in the first match. But each of you should call 3111, that is the hotline, and register your interest so that when they reach to the next set of phases of implementation, your name will be there to be vaccinated. I gather we have had, by the end of the day, close to 400 persons who have already signed up. And I want to commend them for doing so. The vaccination is being provided between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. at 4 health centers in St. Kitts: Newtown, Bastay up in McKnight, Sandy Point, and Tabernacle. If you're any of those or close to any of those, equally, you should sign up and get yourself vaccinated. You must do it because the life you may save may be your very own. The life you may save may be your mother. The life you may save may be your child. So I want you to take that seriously as we move forward. We had made provision for you, and the vaccine is free. There has been no one, to the best of my knowledge, who has yet died from taking the vaccine. None has died. But we know over, I think it is 2 million, so far have died from the COVID-19. So that is the reality that faces you. We are not compelling anyone to take it. But we are giving you the facts and ask you to research and make up your mind what you will choose to do. The choice is not just about you. Very soon, I believe, if you want to travel, people are going to be asking you, are you vaccinated, before you come to their country. Right now, they are now asking you to come with your negative tests before you can enter into their country. Since we are now in the vaccination rollout all over the world, the next thing they are going to be relying upon is not the test, but evidence that you have been vaccinated. So don't wait for the tail end and then you get left behind. That is an important message which I want to leave with you, because it is the most significant challenge which we face, which the world faces. And sometimes you wonder if people are listening to the news like we used to do in the good old days. You listen to BBC, you listen to Kana. It was a sense of excitement in the good old days to hear the regional and international segment of the news. Today, with all the television, we see CNN, we see Fox, we see BBC, we see Euro Channel News, and you could go on and on. Every channel now, CTV, Canadian News, and there will not be a night or a day of news and there is not a reference to the COVID-19 pandemic. So you have to understand it and you have to be prepared to deal with it. And I would not have done my duty to you if the most significant event engaging the attention of the world that has consequences for you and your livelihood, we did not bring that to your attention. And we are saying, if we want to move forward with the fisheries sector, we have to make sure that the fisher folks are safe. We have to make sure that your customers are safe. And that is why we have to ensure that as many persons as possible make an effort to get the vaccines. Right now, we have targeted certain groups: frontline workers, essential workers. And then as we build out this weekend, we are hoping to get 20,000 doses of vaccines, which means 20,000 persons can be vaccinated. Will you be one of them? Because we are not expending all that monies to bring free vaccine to have them in storage. We are bringing them to get them in your arms, to enhance your survivability, to protect you, to give you staying power, and to give you an opportunity to be able to avoid some of the worst consequences of COVID-19. And really the worst of it all is that you can die. And that is why that is important. We need urgently, and we have heard that from the gentleman from Nevis who spoke before me, to develop the sector. You have heard from the permanent secretary, and you have heard from the minister some of the actual efforts that are being made to do so. We have put aside $15.8 million in 2021 for the marine, for the agricultural sector. Of that amount, $4 million has been put aside for marine development in St. Kitts. And we have also, in that budget, put aside some $3 million to continue some of the stimulus investments which had taken place before. In Mark's report, the Director of Marine Resources report, he showed the impact of the stimulus and production. The first quarter of the year, we saw a reduction in fisheries products, 24%. Post-lockdown, April was a disaster, 83% reduction. Between May and December, the fisheries sector or industry, choose whatever you would wish there, had recovered and had increased over 2019 by about 27%. In 2019, between May and December, you had 412, let's round it off, 413,000 pounds of fisheries products. For the same period in 2020, that increased by 27% to 524,000 pounds. Let's give yourself a round of applause. And it was the stimulus that was provided, the addition of new entrants into the fisheries sector, that brought about this significant improvement in production within the sector. So we can move from a moment of deep challenge to seize the opportunities of the future. Seize the moment that at this time the government is putting more money into the marine resource development of our country. This time, the government is committed to go the full leg of the journey with you. And that is why this consultation takes on importance. Way back then, and Ralph Wilkin will know this, you would have had one presentation, one consultation or annual review of the Department of Agriculture, and Ralph would have come up and made the presentation with regard to marine. Before Dr. Challenger, someone else would have come up and would have spoken about livestock. Before Director Melvin James, Jerome would have spoken, and somebody would have spoken about crops. In 2021, because of the importance we attach to your sector, we have given you your own forum, which is important. Same venue that we use for the Department of Agriculture with Dr. Challenger and Melvin James and all the others who are involved in agriculture, crops and livestock primarily. We have come and opened the same forum to you so that you could be engaged in the same comfortable environment. I want to wish all of you the very best and to say to you, the government will work very hard for you, but you also have to work very hard for yourselves, for your families. You have to make this a serious, ongoing effort, and we will document your concerns and we will try to address them in time. Not every concern that may be put, as important as it is, we will be able to address at once. Because as I said before, the most significant challenge in a lifetime is COVID-19. It has literally destroyed tourism for 2020 and the welfare and livelihood of thousands of people. In fact, across the world, the impact of COVID-19, according to the International Labour Organization, is that it created the loss of about 255 million full-time jobs. Imagine that. As a result of COVID-19, when they look at those who had lost their job, when they compute those who are working on reduced hours around the world, it was the equivalent of 255 million jobs across the world have been lost as a result of COVID-19. So this is not a small challenge. Luckily for us, we are still standing. Luckily for us, because we have managed this country prudently over the last 5+ years, we were able to respond to mitigate the adverse impact upon COVID and lives and livelihoods in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are now at the last leg of our strategy, vaccination. Vaccination, so that our people can be protected against an invisible but deadly virus. Imagine fighting an enemy that you can't see and you don't know about. For that is what the virus is. Invisible to our naked eye, but destructive. If we work hard, if we remain united in our efforts, certainly we, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, will achieve the stronger and safer future that all of us deserve. May God bless the fisher folks, and may God bless the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I thank you.
We thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his remarks, his encouragement, demonstrating his continued support to this industry. Can we put our hands together again for the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, Prime Minister. Just before break, we will come back and deal with the heart of the matter. I want to refer you to your package. There are 2 reports in addition to the Director's report, and they document very well the consultations of January from the various fishing communities. 2 of our directors, the Director Mark and Deputy Director Lemuel, will be addressing the consultation reports and will share with you what we are doing even now to respond to those concerns. In addition to that, we'll have presentations by various divisional heads in the Department of Marine Resources, who will be briefly highlighting the work of their division and how it factors into our work program. At this time, I want to invite the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Kyle Flanders, who will bring us words of acknowledgement, and then we'll get ready for a break. Mr. Flanders, let's put our hands together for him.
All right, good evening. Let me adopt the protocol that has been ably established by our MCPS. Okay, so wherever 2 or 3 are gathered, there am I in the midst. I would like to first thank Mr. Aline for bringing the Lord's presence into this discussion. Without him, we cannot reach very far. With him, we can do almost everything. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, for his continued support for the sector, the agricultural sector. His support is not only in words, but also in action. As you heard him mention, all the millions of dollars that has been spent towards the development of the fisheries and the agricultural sectors. But you should expect this, because anybody who is born and raised in Sadler's, Tabernacle, Mansion, the Sugar Belt, they know how important agriculture is. And so, there's a surprise there. I would also like to thank the Minister, Minister Jeffords. The first time I saw Minister Jeffords in a field, I saw him literally down to earth, hands in the soil, asking questions, pertinent questions about crop production. From that, I was convinced that he is the person, the right man for this job. And so I would like to thank him again for his vision and his thrust towards agriculture and getting the sector where it needs to be. I would also like to thank the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Collins. He's wearing 2 hats tonight as the MC. He has done a fabulous job so far. But more importantly, I would like to thank him for his drive and his vision towards agriculture. I worked with Mr. Collins when he was the president of the Teachers Union. And one thing I can tell you about Mr. Collins is that he's a man about getting the job done, about action. So I know for a fact that there will be a resurgence in the primary sector, in the Federation, from where it was and even further. under the leadership of Mr. Collins. I would like to thank Director Mack for his concise and comprehensive report. He's a man of few words, but that's just because he gets straight to the point. Okay, so I would like to thank him for his report. Under his direction, the DMR, Department of Marine Resources, was able to do their part in a very, very trying year. That was 2020. They were able to do their part to contribute to the food security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I'd also like to thank our stakeholders. Of course, we know that we cannot do it alone. So we have our stakeholders, our allied institutions. I would like to point out special thanks to Mr. Horton for pointing out the fact that fishing is not an easy job. It has its trials. It's very dangerous. Anybody who would have seen deadly catch know that fishing ain't easy. But I want to thank you for acknowledging that fact and also for reassuring that his organization will continue to support all of the small island states in the Caribbean. After all, unity is strength. We cannot do it alone. I would also like to thank Mr. Moore, and I have to tell Mr. Moore that yes, this is the start. Fisheries will be on par with any other industry in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And it's evident. I'm going to tell you, other persons wanted a smaller meeting for this, a smaller consultation, a smaller forum. But the PS said, no time. Fishers going married, eat married food, and they're going to be under the spotlight, just like the farmers. So yes, you're going to be on par with all the other industries. I would also like to thank the special presentations. After all, too much work, you make you dull, all right? So thanks for the beautiful presentations that were able to be a treat to our senses. Both the dance and the song, they really touched us, and we're appreciative. I would also like to thank the communications unit, Mr. Kevin Jeffords and his team. They are the ones who make us look good and sound good out there in all of the media types. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the ladies at the PPU. Their organizational skills and their creativity is on full display here today. The folders that used to be before you, all those things, that's because of the ladies of PPU. All right, and let me not forget the PS from Nevis, Mr. Sargent. I'd also like to thank him for his zest, just on par with Mr. Collins. And I know that with both of them at the helm, agriculture, fisheries, their future is very bright. I thank you.
We thank Mr. Flanders, and I'm sure you feel very appreciated and thanked tonight. We're going to break for 10 minutes. I believe there are some refreshments on the outside, and then we get down to business. I'm going to, at this time, ask us to stand, allow for the departure of the Honorable Prime Minister, and you have a few minutes to interact and to refresh yourselves briefly, and we get right back to work. Remember, this session is being streamed live, and we want to tell our viewers, continue to stay with us as we get further into the meat of the matter. Thank you very much. a presentation on the St. Kitts Nevis Marine Management Area, the management plan, and that will be by Ms. Tricia King. We also have a presentation that will be followed by presentation of Fisheries, Agriculture and Marine Resources, regulations by Ms. Maritza Queely, who is Head of Support Services Division. Then presentation on climate change adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean, the fishery sector, the CC4 Fish project, and that will be by Ms. Oresia Williams, the project coordinator. Then we get into the presentation of the consultation reports, which is a combined effort of all the community consultations that were done in St. Kitts, and then we look at the addressing those issues from the consultation from the Nevis segment of it. And then we get into our open discussion, and then we'll have our wrap-up. I want to continue to ask for your indulgence as we move forward in this process. Let's welcome now Ms. Tricia King, who will present her presentation.
Good evening, all. Okay, so the St. Kitts Nevis Marine Management Area would have been established in August of 2016. And we have a map here of the management area that spans 2 miles, 2 miles around the coastline of St. Kitts and Nevis and includes Monkey Shoals. Now, this historical timeline is really just to show you that this effort did not just start in 2016, it actually started 2 decades before. And while that seems like a really long time, we have to understand that some of these things and the way that it was done, the comprehensive way, and the fact that it's not just a regular paper pack, that it actually needed to take some time to really come to fruition. And we would like to just thank some of the persons along the way, some of the entities that would have contributed, including CERMES, USAID, TNC, the CATS program, ECMAN, CAMPAM, and some of the things that were really important was the awareness building that these entities supported, as well as the marine spatial planning that was done. So the plan is not just based on just hearsay, it's really based on science, okay? Now, the consultations would have taken place at all major fishing landing sites in both St. Kitts and Nevis, right? So we had, from Date Bay, Sandy Point, Old Road, Bastia East and West were combined, Newcastle, Charlestown, and Indian Castle. We also had federal focus groups, so we had meetings in St. Kitts and in Nevis with NGOs and other government entities, and also other users of the marine space. And these can be for consultation reports, presentations, summaries, fisher contact, and pictures from the presentations are also critical to show that we actually did do the work. And so this is not just a fly-by-night thing. The vision, for the SKN MMA management plan is to provide for a well-governed marine management area contributing to food security, sustainable livelihoods, and the overall social and economic advancement of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, while ensuring conservation and biodiversity of the marine resources. The goal has a similar nature to the vision, right? The guiding principles are very important because these are based on good governance, fisher participation, financial sustainability, as well as safe access by users. The zones within the SKN MMA, this is not new, I know this is not new, but we have added, there's just one little thing that has been integrated into the management plan, and that's the transport zone with caution. So the transport zone with caution actually occurs overlapping the conservation zone. As you can see, there's one by one into Sandy Point there, by the the marina down there, and that also, the data that we collected is the amount of yachting and small craft traffic was actually 60% that was coming into Port Zante, and so we recognize that the user space is actually critical, and so we had to cater for that. There's also a transport zone that crosses between the Narrows. That's where you find, remember the original marine spatial planning exercises would have happened in 2009, 2010. And so this is now 2021. And so the use of the marine space in between the Narrows regarding, what's the name? Yes, seabridge and the water taxis, that's the word I was looking for. The water taxis would have increased that. And so the transport zone with caution takes into consideration that there are ecologically critical species that would be in that space, even allowing for transport. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. King, and we move quickly into our second presentation on fisheries, aquaculture, and marine resources, the regulations by Maritza Quealy. Can we welcome her to come?
Good evening, everyone. The state of the world's fisheries is often a reflection of how governance at a national level and how individual states manage their resources and fishing fleets. Hence, the need to sustainably manage our fisheries resources for the benefit of all. With the Department of Marine Resources placing more emphasis on ecosystem management, the new Fisheries and Aquaculture Marine Resource Act was developed. The department has shifted from resource optimal utilization towards more environmental fisheries approaches regarding fisheries management. The ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, which strives for a balance between human as well as living and non-living factors and their interaction and influence on fisheries, and the precautionary approach where uncertainties relating to fisheries data and knowledge requires setting suitable management fisheries practices. Both approaches are the cornerstone for the new Fisheries Act and the accompanying regulations. Seas under national jurisdictions account for 39% of global marine species and ecosystems. And this is also where 80% to 90% of fish is caught and occur. Hence, governance at a national level is vital. And we could see here a global map where you can see the levels and intensity of fishing activities around the coastal areas of major countries. The Caribbean in particular has medium level of catch effort. The Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Resources Act provide for the conservation, management, development and sustainable use of fisheries and marine resources, as well as to monitor and control the Federation's local and foreign flagged fishing vessels. With the objective to ensure long-term conservation and management and development, sustainable use of our resources and related ecosystems, there has been updates to our current fisheries regulation through the implementation of fish sanitation, vessel safety standards, terms and conditions for fisheries access agreements, and the requirements for monitoring and controlling surveillance and our revamped high seas fishing fleet. Some improvement to our Act and regulation therefore includes provisions for improved licensing requirements, legal requirements for registration of fishers and fishing vessels, provisions for marking of fishing gear, preventions on interfering or disturbing with fishing activities, provisions for the designation of landing sites, and I know Mr. Moore mentioned this earlier, so we'll be happy to hear this, and the requirements for data reporting. What was lacking or is lacking in the current regulations now provide for procedures for the establishment of governing committees, and such committees would be a licensing committee and an appeals committee, as well as an advisory council. Conservation and management for important ecosystems such as seagrass beds, the designation of landing sites, the establishment of marine management areas, and the designations of pads and artificial reefs. Improve standards to safety requirements, for example, VHF radios and vessel monitoring systems, and marking specifications for vessels. Terms and conditions for fisheries access agreements would include the maximum number of rights granted for a given period and the fishery type for which such agreement is granted. Monitoring, control, and surveillance provides the basis for the designation of inspectors and observers. With respect to our high seas fishing fleet, this is unique in the sense that it is engraved in our regulations and not a standalone document. For example, the procedures for foreign vessels and licenses, requests for entry into port, and procedures for inspections and maximum fines are all relevant to our high seas fishing operations. These regulations apply to fishing and fishing-related activities in waters under our national jurisdiction, as well as fishing activities of our flagged vessels operating beyond national jurisdiction or the high seas, and also ushers in the guiding requirements for international and regional standards. Major challenges regarding ocean governance at a local level include emerging economies, lacking ocean knowledge, pollution, and IUU fishing, that is, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. With growing concerns of IUU fishing, which further undermines fisheries production and development, the implementation of effective monitoring, control, and surveillance policies aim to ensure compliance in order to enhance fisheries management and sustainability. Illegal fishing activities are conducted in waters under national jurisdiction without permission. For example, without the proper registration or licensing documents, or any contravention to the laws regarding the operations in regional and international management measures that the state or St. Kitts and Nevis may have adopted. Unreported fishing activities is a failure to report, misreporting, underreporting, or falsifying information to relevant national authority, that is, the Department of Marine Resources. Unregulated fishing activities is fishing in a manner that cannot be monitored and is not consistent with or contravenes conservation and management measures. For example, unsustainably harvested fisheries or fishing in areas that cannot be easily monitored. At the heart of combating IUU fishing is developing and implementing effective monitoring and control surveillance measures. In order to maintain local fishing interests, it is important for St. Kitts and Nevis to actively comply with the requirements for fishing management measures. For example, data collection, safety and gear regulations, to name a few. This will further help to better cope with the changing environment at home and abroad. The purpose of monitoring, control, and surveillance is to take measures as may be necessary to ensure that fishing vessels do not engage in activities that undermine effective local and international conservation and management measures. To increase compliance regarding fisheries management and to deter IUU fishing. To ensure that IUU fishers do not gain an unjust advantage over legitimate fishers as they benefit unfairly from the sacrifices made by legitimate ones. To develop an effective reporting system for the exchange of information which can further allow for more effective implementation of trade-related measures. And to ensure safety operations of fishing vessels and fishers, thereby creating good fishing environments. To underpin the importance of fisheries management and development, user compliance is key for effective outcomes. The Department of Marine Resources strives to assist our federation's fishers to improve their catch effort, but we must also ensure that our resources remain viable for future generations. We therefore solicit your support in ensuring that this is achieved through cooperation and your continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maritza, for that overview of the regulations and the areas that will now be covered as we move forward. We now invite Ms. Horacia Williams with her presentation on climate change adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean, the CC4 Fish Project. Ms. Williams, put your hands together before she comes through.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to thank the department for giving me this opportunity to present the work of Project CC4 Fish. Just a quick overview of the project. The Project CC4 Fish, which stands for Climate Change Adaptation of the Eastern Caribbean Fisheries Sector, is implemented by the Food and Agriculture Organization and funded by Jeff. The project launched May 2017 and is set to conclude June 2021. It is concentrated in the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, and of course St. Kitts and Nevis. The objectives of the project is to increase resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts in the Eastern Caribbean fisheries sector, through introduction of adaptation measures in fisheries management and capacity building of fisherfolks organizations. The fisheries sector has a crucial role in advancing food security objectives. However, ocean acidification, frequent and to train key personnel on vulnerability capacity assessments. The trained individuals conducted assessments in 3 communities, Sandy Point, Bay, and Newcastle. issues at the fish landing sites and solutions to those issues. It can be used by entities when making decisions to assist these communities for research purposes. Further, the project has been very active in building the capacity of fisher folks and also the general public on climate change impacts and measures to address them. We have designed floats for the national and attended public fairs for component 2, where we look at improving the resilience of fisher folks and coastal communities. To date, 100 VHF radios were distributed to fisher folks in St. Kitts and Nevis. 40 plus fisher folks equipped with fish processing equipment such as boots, gloves, crates, knives, handler's permit. Means procured for selected organizations. Staff in information communication technology to be stewards to assist fishers with their communication devices. It has also funded and organized 19 basic fishers have attended the training. 60 plus fishers trained in basic and advanced engine repair techniques. The project hosted value chain analysis workshops, which aided the fisher folk, Nevis Fishermen Corp, the fisher folks of Nevis Fishermen Corp, grants to add value to their fishing business, and to add value to fish products sold at the Corp. In Deep Bear, they're hosting lobster festivals. This Sunday, Sandy Point is going to be hosting their Shellfish Fest. All of these events were ideas developed by the fishers to add value to their fishing business and fully supported under the Project CC for Fish. The project has also funded learning exchanges, and 2 fishers were sent to St. Lucia to learn about seamoss farming, aquaponics, and safety at sea. The fishers in return hosted meetings in St. Kitts and Nevis to share their knowledge with fellow fisher folks. Under the final component, component 3, which is mainstreaming climate change into policies and plans, to date, a drafted sargassum management plan has been developed with project partner Hermes to assess the removal and disposal of sargassum from the coast. Over the next few months, the project will hold aquaponics training, VHF radio handling training, and 100 additional VHF radios will be distributed. We will facilitate diamondback squid training as well, and we plan to finalize the sargassum management and fisheries management plan. The project has been able to carry out a number of activities over the past 4 years to benefit the fishers, and we look forward to completing the remaining activities. Here's a brief video. Which is an overview of all that we did. kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for your report on the C4 Fish project. Now, we would have mentioned the consultations which were held in St. Kitts and also on Nevis, and to present a report of the consultation held in the various fishing communities. First for St. Kitts will be Mr. Asim Jenkins, and then I'll invite Ms. Rosalind Jeffers to present the consultation report for the sessions held in Nevis. Mr. Jenkins. Let's welcome Mr. Jenkins.
Good evening, everyone. Today, I'll be presenting to you the issues affecting fisheries and major landing sites in St. Kitts and Nevis. Fishing had always been a way of life and a way to eat. It was used to feed families and communities, a way to earn a living, and also a way to earn an income. Fish landing sites are associated with small-scale marine fisheries. They provide a location for the first point of sale for the products and provide a place for the fishermen so they can leave their boats, offload their catch, and obtain supplies such as food, fuel, ice, and also sell their catch. Many landing sites have developed in association with local communities. Bastia Fisheries Complex was built in 2003, and the Old Road Complex was constructed in 2006. The idea of Fisheries Complex came about from numerous discussions from fishers, government officials, and stakeholders. This got secured through the aid from the Japanese government to improve the livelihoods of fishers in St. Kitts and Nevis so that they can provide the complex with fresh fish on a daily basis. Before construction of the complex, fishermen had no place to sell their catch, no place to purchase flake ice for preservation of fish quality, which is very important for food security. The vision throughout the years for fisheries was to get complex in all the major landing sites around St. Kitts and Nevis. Almost 2 decades later, we are still facing shortcomings and issues at these major landing sites. Fishers' consultations were held with fishers at various communities based on the Point, Old Road, and Bastia from January 25th to the 28th. This consultation was a follow-up to the previous consultation held in 2020. At the same time, fishing communities where fishers expressed their concerns and made recommendations on the way forward for the fishing industry. At the recent held consultations, the Department of Marine Resources made presentations on the plans regarding the fishing industry for 2021 and provided updates on the concerns and recommendations brought forward at the 2020 series of consultations with fishers. The department's presentations were followed by discussions with fishers where again they were allowed to voice any issues or concerns and make recommendations for resolving them. First landing site we're going to deal with Old Road. Old Road Fisheries Complex was built to encourage entrepreneurship in the fishing industry, especially to residents of Old Road community and the surrounding areas. Old Road has become one of the top fishing villages over the years, also very popular for its coastal pelagic species, the Gaya, Jacks, Walloho, and ocean pelagics. Infrastructural projects at Old Road. Significant work has occurred over the past years to construct breakwater at the Old Road Fishery Landing Site. Phase 1 has already been complete. With regards to Phase 2, The project Fisheries requests that priority be given to the construction of a slipway ramp as fishers are forced to traverse to Bastia to haul their boats on land. Lack of fuel service in Old Road. At present, there are no fuel stations in the Old Road community. However, numerous fishers are operating from Old Road landing site who participate in ocean pelagic fishery, thus requiring a significant amount of fuel for long fishing trips. Training capacity and building sessions for fishers. Areas for further training include business skills, as fishers in attendance noted that fishers often have poor record with regards to financial management. Additionally, training on VHF radio communication, first aid, and emergency procedures. Fishers suggested adding practical aspects of these areas of training identified by the Basic Fisherman Training Course. However, it was noted that in order to a more comprehensive program with additional training, the duration of the Basic Fisherman Training Course would have to be extended. Interference and destruction of fishing gear, theft. Fishers have reported that other fishers have been interfering with their fishing traps and removing their buoys, resulting in the loss of their traps and their investment. Fishers have recommended that a meeting be called for all fishers in the Federation in order to address this issue, as they are frustrated and feeling the need for urgent attention to be given to this matter. Increasing sightings of sharks. Fishers report that there seems to be an increase in number of sharks, and they have become a nuisance as they are causing damage to fish traps. The department does not have any restrictions regarding the harvesting of sharks, and such fishers are encouraged to harvest these marine resources, but do it in a sustainable way. Safety at sea. Fishers raised concerns over the safety at sea and noted that the time it takes to communicate with the Coast Guard is too long. Fishers also noted that improvement in the current system was needed, as they often experience challenges while trying to communicate with the Coast Guard at sea. It was recommended base station be set up at the Department of Marine Resources so that in the event they are unable to reach the Coast Guard, they may be able to communicate with the department when encountering challenges at sea. Fishers also inquired about the use of the VMS for safety purposes in the absence of being unable to communicate with the Coast Guard. COVID-19 challenge. While fishers appreciate the reduction in gear prices as part of the COVID-19 relief package for fishers, they noted that there is still challenges due to the reduction of markets for the tourism sector. After having invested in gears during this relief program, fishers are not seeing the significant returns and have asked that there be future reduction in prices. Sandy Point on this site. Sandy Point is the second largest town in St. Kitts, which has always been a fishing area throughout the years. Consists of a moderate number of registered fishing vessels, mainly used in traps, hand lines, and net fishing, targeting coastal pelagics. The refurbishment of the Sandy Point Fishermen's Cooperative Building. The cooperative building has been in a state of disrepair for several years, and the fishers have expressed interest in having the building repaired at a consultation in 2020. The structure that exists was recently examined by the Public Works Department and deemed unsuitable for any repairs. Due to the structural issues in the roof, floor, and support columns, Public Works have recommended that the building be demolished. Fishers also noted that the building should be demolished quickly in order to avoid any injury or harm to persons in the event that the structure becomes unsuitable when persons are nearby. Lack of fisheries infrastructure at the landing sites in Fig Tree and Sandy Point. At present, there is no infrastructure at the fish landing sites to facilitate the loading of fishing gear and equipment onto vessels or offloading the fish catch after fishing trips. As the previous structure was destroyed many years ago and was never repaired or replaced. Some of the fishers have resorted to traversing to New Guinea in order to use the jetty located there. Additionally, the ramp that exists facilitating the hauling of the fish vessels onshore cannot be used due to the ramp design and the changes that have occurred to the beach over the years. The construction of the new jetty and ramp remains a priority for the Sandy Pointers. COVID-19 challenges. The fishermen who operate from the landing site in Fig Tree benefited greatly from the reduced cost of the fishing gear and recommend that the COVID-19 package be extended until the hardship created by the St. Kitts and Nevis as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic has no longer exists. In the case of fishers in Sandy Point, the demand for reef fish is high. However, they have had to lower their prices or shift their fishing efforts away from ocean pelagic species as well as the lobsters due to their lower demand from hotels and restaurants. Should COVID-19 relief program come to an end in the near future, fishers have requested that advance notice be given to them. Lack of ice processing facility and freezer for storage. Due to the lack of fisheries infrastructure at the fish landing site in Fig Tree, nearby areas, fishers often face challenges of not having ice for fishing trips, thus impacting their food safety. Sand mining in Beltate. Fishers are concerned about the constant removal of sand at Beltate and believe that this has led to significant reduction in the width of their beach. Deep Bay. Deep Bay is the most northerly of all the landing sites. It has always been a traditional area for fishing community. It is unique in that it is the only major landing site protected by a reef. The area is very famous for its high landing in lobster. Deep Bay is also vulnerable because of its location on the Atlantic side. Lack of fisheries infrastructure at the fish landing sites in Deep Bay. At present, there is no infrastructure at the fish landing site to aid fishers in unloading their fishing gears and equipment onto their vessels or offloading their catch after fishing trips. And there is no infrastructure to facilitate the efficient hauling of fishing vessels onshore, especially during periods of rough seas and impending storms. Additionally, there is also poor lighting at the landing sites, which raises security concerns. And there have been calls for the new fisheries complex to be commissioned in Deep Bay to improve post-harvest practice such as processing and storing, and to provide avenues for fishers to better market their catch to the public. Fuel subsidies. Fishers report issues pertaining to the use of nearby fuel stations located in New Guinea, where priority for subsidized and limited fuel is reportedly given to the other vessels as opposed to fishing vessels. Fishers are therefore forced to utilize fuel station at the Port Zante. However, Bastia is considerably distant from Deep Bay fishing landing site. This makes it difficult for them to travel to the marina with their vessels. In absence of their fishing vessels, fishers are being met with resistance as some fishers are unable to provide proof that they are fishers in the absence of their fisher's ID. COVID-19 challenges. Fishers who often operate from Deep Bay landing sites benefited greatly from the reduced cost of fishing gear and recommend that the COVID-19 relief package be extended as they still face hardships due to the loss of key markets related to tourism and the tourism industry. Fishers are able to market fish products individually in their bay at this moment and neighboring communities. However, hardship as a result of COVID-19 has spread throughout all the communities, and fishers are often forced to reduce their prices, resulting in low returns. Questions were raised as to why fishers registered in Nevis were able to receive fish trap wire for free, but St. Kitts were only given 50% reduction in the cost. Coastal erosion. Fishers noted that there is no coastal protection from storm surges, and there are areas with significant coastal erosion being observed. Some of the notable areas are, however, located on private property. The option of assisting by placing boulders can be explored if the relevant property owners are interested. Refurbishment of the Capacity of Fishermen Cooperative Building. The cooperative building has been damaged during Hurricane Irma in 2017, and to date, there has been no repair. This has been one of the major factors contributing to the inactive status of the cooperative. Although no funds are allocated to assist the fishermen with the refurbishment of the cooperative building, fishers have already begun to take the initiative by working to repair the section of the roof. Reduction in landings and traditional fish species and the lack of gears for alternatives. With the report increase in shark sightings, fishers noted that they are experiencing difficulties when fishing for species traditionally caught. Some have resort to the harvesting of sharks as another alternative. However, they have had improvised in the lack of appropriate gear. Bastia East. Bastia East is one of the most popular landing sites in St. Kitts. This is where the first fisheries complex was built. The goal of the complex was to facilitate in the improvement in livelihoods of the fishermen in the community, where they supplied their daily catch to the complex to earn an income. Deplorable conditions at the locker rooms at the Bastia facility at the landing site due to improper use of poor maintenance of the bathroom and lockers facilities. Both required significant renovations and regular upkeep. Although there were previous infrastructure projects to carry out this work, the department has unable to secure funding. In light of this, the fishers agreed to take some responsibility for these renovations and offered to provide both materials and labor. Fishers also suggested that the fee should be collected for the upkeeping of and agreed that they would be willing to pay. There was also a recommendation for persons to be employed to ensure upkeep of these facilities. Security. At present, there are no security guards at the Bastia Fisheries Complex. The security cameras are unable to capture the entire property, and the fencing is inadequate and does not allow for the property to be secured. Attempts were made to address these issues of securing the property in the infrastructural project. However, they were not successful. As a result, security remains a major concern for fishers operating at the site, and many have noted that gear and equipment from their vessels are still being illegally removed. Fishers recommend the physical presence of security guards along with security posts and request that the property be secured. Lack of processing infrastructure for independent fish processors. The fishers noted that the area where persons process fish is inadequate for the easy removal of fish waste, and as a result, fish waste is being left at the landing site without being correctly disposed or being thrown in the sea. Fishers request that the system, maybe with concrete sinks, be designed to facilitate the easy removal of fish waste at the processing site. COVID-19 relief. Some fishers noted that they are unable to benefit from the relief package as their fishing activities are mostly targeted at spear fishers or scuba diving. Those does not utilize the gears being sold at 50% reduction in price. In their case, it was noted that they can still benefit from the fuel subsidies. Marketing of fish products. Fishers noted that after the fish poisoning incident in 2020, their fish sales have plummeted. As a result, some of their customers have stopped buying fish. Fishers have seen some improvement over the past 2 months. However, they noted that they would have liked to see changes in the current system of reimbursement at the Bastia Fisheries Complex so that the period for reimbursement will be shortened, allowing them to be more inclined to sell their fish there. The fishers were assured that the department is exploring other avenues so they can be improved. Maintenance and cleaning of the surrounding of the Bastia Fisheries Complex. The overall cleanliness of the environment at the landing site was an issue raised by fishermen who noted it was often untidy and unclean. Fishers noted that they understand the regular maintenance and cleaning may require a fee imposed on the fishers and agree that they would be willing to pay to ensure it was kept clean. St. Kitts Marine Management Area. Fishers asked for a review of the SKN MMA as they noted that they are unable to do very little fishing beyond the 2-mile radius. The misconception of the operations within the SKN MMA will be clarified by the department, as the design of the zones within the 2-mile radius will not exclude fishers from fishing within it. Congestion around the space for boating of the vessels. Fishers at the landing site have noted that a large number of vessels, including non-fishing vessels, are not engaged in fishing. With the current structures, example, breakwater and jetties, the space has become insufficient and overcrowding is a problem, as many active fishers are unable to moor or boat their vessels. The design of an existing jetty was also reported to be a flaw. Fishers therefore recommend that 5 or 6 short low-cost jetties be constructed and suggest that fishers be charged a fee for space around the jetties, as they noted that they would be willing to pay. This ends the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, that was the report from the consultations in St. Kitts, and now we have a brief report of the consultation in Nevis. Bear in mind, if you find the presenters are brief, that's okay. The full report is in your folder, but in the interest of time.
Good evening, all. So I am here to highlight a few issues that the community, the fishing community in Nevis, has expressed. I will first start with the general issues. Firstly, lack of infrastructure. A sheltered area or sheltered areas or marina is needed to allow protection, especially from fairly bad weather. Also, Nevis is in need of ramps that would allow easy removal of vessels from the sea, as shown in the picture highlighted. Suggested examples of boat ramps that were given by the fishers are easy easy to install roll-out ramps, portable construction mats, and geo-runner mats. Also, presently, the fishers in Nevis do not own a designated pier, which would allow loading and offloading. Lockers and bathrooms are lacking. Presently, there is no fuel pumping station, so it is a challenge for fishermen to transport gasoline from the local gas stations to the landing sites or to travel to St. Kitts to get fuel. I have experienced fishers actually creating a suction mechanism to transport or transfer gasoline from a tube, from a container through a tube to their fuel, to their vessel. Thank you. And that is very dangerous. So the fuel pumping station will also allow or encourage duty-free fuel to be sanctioned. The scarcity of equipment. Fishermen in Nevis raised the issue of the availability of equipment at DMR, St. Kitts, but the lack thereof at the cooperative in Nevis. It is disturbing to know that undersized catch is banned, but there is no enforcement to lessen this activity. The staff or an officer needs to be trained to carry out the necessary enforcement procedures. The fish pot wires sold or recommended for use is recognized to be softer and inferior and more expensive compared to what was used back then. Now I will focus on the specific landing sites. In Charlestown is too congested to transport vessels. It is too congested for expansion. The pier that is presently there is shared with the Nevis Air and Seaport Authority and is causing a bit of conflict, as the fishers do not feel that they have immediate and leisure access to it. The Fisheries complex, which is in Charlestown, expansion is not feasible and it is in need of staff. For example, more training is needed for staff in the area of management, food processing, and preservation. A bigger ice machine is needed to prevent rationing of ice. A pickup of vehicle to transport fish and fish products is needed so that the fishers or the workers do not have to transport the fish in their own vehicles. And a budget also is needed to sustain the complex. At Jessop's and Cotton Ground, lands are privately owned and there is a fear that fishers may be asked to vacate the area. Also, fishers have difficulty launching and retrieving their vessels from sea because the beach erosion that occasionally occurs at Jessop's. In Cotton Ground, they experience storm surges and heavy rainfall cause difficulty in bringing up their boats. Newcastle and Long Haul. The influx of sargassum is a hindrance. The influx of sargassum is a hindrance to fishermen in these areas. It gets entangled in fish traps, decreases visibility for spear fishers, and entangles in the propellers of outboard motors. At Indian Castle, Land ownership is also a concern. And in addition, it is of the opinion that this site should be prioritized for development as it is the gateway to the largest fishing ground around the Federation. It is where the island's shelf is widest and is heavily fished by fishers from all over the country. At Wally Beach or Mosquito Bay, the pier that is presently used is private and the other is managed by NASPA. The pier facility is needed in Nevis. A designated area for storage and repair is also needed in this area. Fresh water is not available. More and proper moorings are needed as more and more vessels use this site. As they are based, all abandoned and inappropriate moorings need to be removed and replaced with ones that do not harm the sea meadow. Areas for mooring needs to be designated for users and a clear line of access and egress to the bay established for boaters. Speed limits should be put in place to prevent collision with marine life. And this is the end of the presentation.
As you realize from the reports, the discussions were really detailed and addressed a number of challenges. But not just to speak to the challenges, so we'll now invite Director Dr. Mark to come and speak to the issue of how it is we're going to address these challenges, first from the St. Kitts end, and Mr. Pemberton, Deputy Director, will speak to addressing the challenges which were mentioned from Nevis. Let's invite both gentlemen to come and they will share with us as to how we move forward.
Yes, good night again. We had a series of consultations and we had some issues raised, as was in the previous two presentations in both St. Kitts and Nevis with respect to the fish issues that the fisher folks are facing within St. Kitts and Nevis. From the documents that you have there, you'll see some of the proposed solutions that we have. But I'll be brief, given that time is constrained right now. What we have for I will deal with St. Kitts and Lemuel will deal with Nevis. We start with Dirk Bay. Dirk Bay had a number of issues, infrastructure issues. We submitted a capital project in 2020, wasn't funded. Out of the consultation, we realized that the fisher folk was willing to assist in terms of the construction of the ramp and the renovations to the cooperative building. So I think this weekend we should be doing some geotechnical work in Dirk Bay in relation to the ramp. And since we had the fisher consultations, the fishers have been dealing with the cooperative building, and the department as well as other entities in support of these initiatives, given that the funds has been limited. So the public and private sector partnership is something that has been welcome in this area. Long term, we were looking at putting back a new capital project for 2022 for the fisheries complex that was requested, as well as the other fisheries infrastructure in Gateway. In Sandy Point, recently, the fishers complained about the lack of ice processing facilities there. We had our maintenance person went down to Sandy Point at the public market to fix the freezer as well as the chill. So they will be supplied with ice, flake ice, fairly shortly. Again, we haven't started anything in relation to the ramp or the jetty down there because of insufficient funding for the year, but this is something that we're looking to put forward again. Old Road, the breakwater was completed in January of this year, which was phase 1. In phase 2, we should have the ramp and the jetty, which work should start fairly shortly on that. In Bastia, we had the dredging of the harbor, which was not done, as well as the extension of the lockers in the Bastia. The renovation to the washroom, this is something that the fishers have come together and stated that they will provide the labor once we provide the material. So fairly shortly, the material should arrive to complete the works in Bastia. That's it in a summary. Like I said, the rest of the responses are in the document provided in your folders. Anything else we could raise in the discussion session. I'll pass over now to Lemmel so that he could deal with the Nevis aspect of it.
Okay, so we had a number, good evening all, sorry. We have a number of concerns and that we try to adjust. I've been trying to adjust over time. And in terms of the FADs, and that has been a big issue according to some fishers in Nevis. This hopefully will be addressed by the new regulations in terms of people interfering with FADs, etc. In terms of the marine, a marina, a suitable area needs to be identified. So we are looking at that. It has not been identified as yet. In terms of ramps, I mean, again, you saw the examples that Ms. Jeffers displayed. So what we are looking at is a suitable site. We know definitely at Charlestown South, that is at the mouth of the Bass Stream. People have been launching vessels there, but the problem is that the space is too small. So if we can get a suitable site, in addition with that, that area is, again, it's on private property. It's privately owned. So the issue of parking and all that is a bit of a problem. Bathroom facilities, these are to be included in any new development that we'll be having. So that is a concern will be addressed in any new development. In terms of the fuel pump, Mr. Mark there, Williams, he had spoken to Delta, so hopefully we will get, well, we are in the course of speaking with them, and hopefully we'll get a sort of fuel station someplace in Nevis where you can get fuel at a reduced price. Now, in terms of the scarcity of fisheries, of equipment, fishing equipment, well, there is an ongoing restructuring process as regards the Nevis Fisheries Cooperative. So hopefully when that is completed in the next couple of weeks, next month or thereabouts, we will have things in place so that these issues can be addressed. Enforcement, we're saying that self-enforcement is something that can be done. Now, under the new way that the department, the DEMA has been going, they are supposed to be enforcement officers. So hopefully we'll get 1 or 2 of them appointed on Navis, and that they can go around and actually do that kind of enforcement, since enforcement is a concern of the fishers. Now, in terms of fish pot wire, again, the wire, some might say that the quality is inferior now to what it used to be. The issue might be cost though, because if you are going to get stronger wire, of course you're going to have to put out more money. If you have to put out more money for that wire, this means that your inputs, the price of your inputs generally, that is the wire, is going to go up, and the price, you might want to raise the price of fish. At this point in time, probably that is not advisable, because people, of course, have less spending power. So but that is something that needs to be looked at. I think Mark as well was looking at some other suppliers alternative to the one that are supplying us with fish pot wire right now. Now, NASPA, that's a concern in terms of the middle pier. I know, like the little fishermen's pier that they have in Charlestown, that there was a plan by the government, as far as I could recall, to also refurbish that pier and make it a proper pier, proper facility that won't be damaged by the first big storm that comes along. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 last year, those plans had to be scrapped. We are hoping that going forward, that with an economic recovery, that we could have that pier being repaired. In terms of other areas on the island, those will have to be big projects, like in the Indian Castle. Now, I was hoping that the PS, Mr. Moore mentioned about land ownership. I was hoping that the PS would have been here to answer that question, but as far as I know, what I've gathered is that the lands at Indian Castle have not been transferred to the prospective owners yet. But it still is the case, though, that the government, that is, only owns a few landing sites on Nevis, namely, you could say basically in Charlestown, in the area, and that is the NASPA, and then in Newcastle. Indian Castle, well, we can see how that develops. Yeah, so land ownership is a problem at Jessops and cutting ground, etc., etc. Now, in terms of sargassum, and I'm just going to go through these because hopefully you could get this presentation. Sargassum is an issue mentioned, but it's with the sargassum issue, and in addressing it, the government has helped to clear the sargassum at Indian Castle on a number of occasions, and will continue to do that as far as I know. To my knowledge, whenever assistance is needed, because sometimes, of course, you might get up to 6 feet of sargassum in that area, and it's impossible, and that could build up in a few hours. So the fishermen can go out with just maybe 1 or 2 feet of, 1 foot, 2 feet of sargassum, and by the time they are returning from their fishing trip, there might be 3, 4, 5 feet of sargassum there, and then it's a problem beaching the vessel. So the government can help when they can. In terms of potable water, we will liaise with water department and negotiate with them to get water. And the last point I'd look at now is the transport corridor. And again, with the new regulations and referring to the FAMRA 2016, we hopefully will get the transport corridors regularized so that people, that there are fewer and fewer collisions or conflict of interest, and people will, cutting off fish pots and that kind of thing that has been happening in recent time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Lemuel. Now we move into the open discussion. I think there might be somewhere in the aisles where persons could feel free to ask questions, and we could start right now in the interest of time. Start with Mr. Wilkins. Ralph. The mic is at your right.
Yes, thank you, sir. Requesting information on the Sandy Point side of things. As they're saying now, the building, the building that is there now is unsafe, and what Public Work is suggesting that we knock it down. But they're also saying that the building is not unsafe, but it would be difficult for security purposes. It's too far from the village. So they're thinking of building something closer to the village or within the village itself. I remember when we had the Japanese project going to build the old road facility, the proposal was to build 3 facilities at one time: Old Road, Sandy Point, and Deer Bay. I don't know if any information is there on the proposed facility for Sandy Point, but maybe we need to look at that. If not, I would like to discuss that with you on Sunday. Maybe you and the constituency minister. As we can look at the site on Sunday and decide if we're going to use that. Okay?
All right, thanks a lot.
There was also concern for the building of a pier. And there was a suggestion to build a pier down in Fisheries Bay, close to the rocks. Use the rocks as a base and just angle the pier up. I guess we will discuss that also.
All right. I note your questions. We'll take a few of them and then we'll answer a bunch of them together. And then if there's anything that I didn't address, then we could talk outside of this forum.
Very well, sir.
Anyone else? Mike.
Yeah, for the Bastille fishing complex, the pier is more and more, in the harbour, the more and more boats coming, tying up on each other to land to offload and unload. It's kind of tough. You want a space where people go, you know, offload the fish and go on the ice and everything. Because when Mikey gonna come in with a marlin 500 pounds, you gotta look for help. You know what I mean? You gotta move from 3 boats to come on the pier. Still got head on 4-8 bag of ice on the boat. And you need judging too. You need judging because just by starting the engines to get out in there, you can see all the muck coming up. So which means it will shallow. So that's something we really want to look into. And security wise.
All right, thanks. Mr. Hobson.
Good night. My question is pertaining to the Constitution provide for a Fisheries Advisory Committee. Why is it taking so long? I hope coming out of this consultation, the Fisheries Advisory Committee is finally put in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hobson.
Yeah, good night. Coming from the Deer Bay capacity of carp, there's a group of us over there right now trying to get fresh water closer down to the boats. The closest the fresh water is actually where the guy fixed the boats then, but we needed to get some fresh water further down to the coastline that for those of us with the 4-stroke engine especially, that we could get them flush easily and so it won't be a problem in terms of in the longevity of the engines them.
Right. Thanks, sir. Everybody.
Yeah, good night. From a Navy standpoint, I tend to get very passionate about things. I've been into fishing for some time now, and I keep coming to these meetings, and there's a bunch of talk. And I am not one for talk. I like to see things happening. When can we actually expect to see things happening?
What are you referring to in terms of Navy?
In regards to everything that we hear talking about, discussing in regards to fishing, equipment, fuel, ramps, facilities, everything. When can we expect to see some things? Because in Nevis we have nothing.
All right, thank you very much.
I just wonder if food security is so important, why is there a cut in the fisheries budget?
Mike, I didn't hear you the end of your question.
If food security is so important to us, why is there a cut in the fisheries budget?
Okay, let me start answering some of these questions before we get ahead. With respect to the proposed fisheries complex at Sandy Point that Mr. Wilkins talked about, saying it's at the time when the proposal went forward for Sandy Point as well as Deep Bay, the St. Kitts and Nevis graduated to a high-income country. And the development aid providers who were supplying the fisheries complex at the time chose not to pursue that promise that they had for St. Kitts and Nevis around that time. We have since tried to put it through capital projects, but you know they are competing resources that are vying for government funds. So this is something that we will represent. We actually presented it last year and it was shut down. So we have, given that this is a need for the fishers in Sandy Point, we will represent it again this year. With respect to the jetty at the rocks in close to Beltec down there, we had looked at the site already, but we haven't done any geotechnical work. This is something that we have to do, and we will do all the preparatory work to provide a jetty for the fishers in Sandy Point community. However, financial resources are a challenge at this moment in time. The Bastia Harbour, that's also issue. We realize that dredging needs to be done, and we are making provisions for renovation work there. We are starting with the bathrooms. We are in the process of getting security guards reassigned to the Bastia Fisheries Complex. We have upgraded the video surveillance for the Bastia Fisheries Complex. Right, so these are stuff that we can do right away, but the other stuff that requires significant financial input will take some time. The Fisheries Advisory Committee, yes, Mr. Hobson, the 2016 Fisheries Aquaculture Marine Resource Act called for Fisheries Advisory Committee. But as you can see, in terms of implementing everything in the Act one time, we cannot do it right away, right? But this is something that may happen before the end of the year, but I can't give you a specific timeline of when it will be done, but it is something that is of priority to be done. fresh water for the boats in the Bay. Initially, when we asked the water department to assist us in putting fresh water for the fishers in the Bay, they were supposed to put it at the back of the restaurant on the beach, which would be closer to the sea. However, they put it at the last lamppost in the Bay, so that we'll try to get that situation rectified. Why was there a cut in the fisheries budget? There's a cut in the budget for almost every government ministry as a result of the challenges we have been experiencing economically because of COVID. Tourism was our main revenue driver for the economy, and it's no longer there. So if it is no longer there, where are we going to get the money from? We do not have significant reserves. The reserves are there to protect us in the event that all hell breaks loose. For now, what we can do is try to see if fishers as well as the department using whatever available resources that we have to improve the fisheries sector for 2021, given the financial constraints. So it is not a matter of we neglecting the sector. We heard your cry. We presented all your concerns in capital projects last year. Some persons thought that we were pipe dreaming because of the significant outlay of capital that is needed for the development of the fisheries sector. Aquaculture was something that we have been presenting every single year, and we've been rejected every year since 2014, right? A lot of these other initiatives have been presented in the past, but what we have to do, we have to come back and we have to present them in a different way and saying, look, this is what the stakeholders need. The purpose of having these consultations is for us to reiterate our concerns and our view of what the sector should look like. We don't know how long COVID will last, right? I might come back next year and tell you that the budget was slashed by $1 million, right? But what we need to do is use whatever available resources that we have for the development of the sector. It is not that anyone is sitting down and folding their arms and not presenting your case. We have presented your case, but we have to compete against other ministries within government, healthcare, which is of importance because of COVID right now. But there are other sectors that also challenge us for a space in the overall government budget. I think that was the last question. Mr. Hobson.
Mr. Williams, I am not too pleased with your answer, because first I must commend the government for this consultation, because I don't remember, I've been scratching my head trying to remember if anything like this ever happened before. But if the government really serious, and you're representing me, I don't like your answer saying everything will happen. You should be pushing for this as the Director of Fisheries, because with an advisory committee in place, it will give you assistance and be able to advise the government where fishing matters are concerned. So I don't take it that I don't like the way you're saying that everything ain't gonna happen and you can't get. You should be pressing the government. There's provision for a fishery advisory committee. Yes, it's a good start to have this consultation, and if you're really serious about fishing industry, you get the advisory committee in place. Thank you.
I note your concern, Mr. Hobson, and we will have the matter addressed. We have Okay, we will go with Dr. Brown first, and then you could make your way to the next side of the room to ask your question.
Good night, everyone. I'm going to be very short. I was very pleased that aquaculture was mentioned 15 times tonight. And considering that we have been making efforts for the last 22 years at the St. Kitts and Nevis Aquaculture Pilot Project and Environmental Development, we have been looking at the market. The world market is now $7.6 trillion. And I would have thought that St. Kitts would have been able to get a big slice of that pie. We have trained nearly 50 people at Snapper, and most of them are in construction or they're working in some restaurant or some place. So that the support from the ministry in terms of aquaculture has not been very supportive. As a matter of fact, we have a feed problem, we have all kinds of problems. And St. Kitts has the distinction of being the only country in the world that can grow a tilapia fish in full-strength seawater. Ross University has brought most of the top university people in the faculties that deal with aquaculture. And I did a presentation right here in this room. And I came for a wet lab session at Snapper. And all they were asking is, how can you take a freshwater fish and convert it to a saltwater fish? And one of the main reasons why the project has St. Kitts and Nevis at the beginning is because St. Kitts has to claim that. It's on the internet, it's on YouTube, but the support locally has not been forthcoming. So I hope that the fact that it was mentioned 15 times that something is going to be done in terms of its development.
Thanks, Dr. Bo. Mr. Heiliger.
Good evening, good night. I want to take a little time just to shift away from most of the concerns I've been hearing tonight. I've been in fisheries for almost 40 years. And two things really would, make me feel like it was worth it. The first one would be aquaculture development, since all the administration since 1984 being supporting the development of aquaculture. With the closure of the sugar industry, there was a report given to the EU in which aquaculture was mentioned as being one of the areas for development. Today, nothing has happened. The second one is that we talk about food security, but we cannot really be serious about food security unless we have our boundaries secured. We must know our boundaries. And over the years, the boundary between St. Kitts Nevis and the Dutch Antilles has been very problematic. People have been shot. They have had their fish taken from them. They have been arrested. And to date, there is little that has been done to address that area. I'm hoping that during this new drive for food security, because between that area, between St. Kitts and Statia, has some of the most productive grounds for lobsters and conchs. Two of the main things that we are trying to promote. So if we are serious, I would strongly recommend that maybe a committee, a group, or some consultation be made to advance the establishment of the boundaries between St. Kitts and Statia especially. Even if the others are not, that one in particular must take priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heidegger, for your input.
All right, Mr. Williams. Some minutes ago, this was an issue in Nevis. And after a couple of years has passed, it died out. It becoming an issue again, the narrows, the seagrass bed where the fishes lay their eggs and hatch, where it was thought that a 6 months should be given for the eggs to mature and the small fishes would grow, where there will be no fishermen would set their pots. It was heated. Somebody dropped it. But if at the age of 2 years, all the children within St. Kitts and Nevis die, what will happen in the next 40 years? There will be nobody left because all those over that will soon die. If there is if the little fishes that are within the narrows are being caught, doesn't get to reach maturity, we will soon have no fish. And you will realize that, or most of us as fishermen will realize that, because some places that were grass is not grass anymore, the grass has gone. That part of the ocean has now become dead. And it seems that if nobody wants to press it so that it can be gazetted into the House of Assembly meeting, nobody wants to touch it. And if you don't touch it, we are going to have what you call a famine in the sea, and it's caused by us. And we continue to go outside looking for help when we should have helped ourselves here. It is time for us to look inward. Let it be passed, let it be gazetted in the House that for 6 months nobody, no fisherman, fish within the narrows, and give a distance to give a perimeter around the narrows where nobody can fish until 6 months is passed. If that is not done, we are wasting our time. We just come and we bang them out all over and over and over and over again, and there's nothing happened, but our children gonna die because they are not getting no fish from here. Are we gonna live on importment all the time? And we talk about sustaining ourselves. Hope we can sustain ourselves from this day forward as we look at this thing from a practical point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With respect to your concern, the narrows fall within the marine management area, where a marine management area plan was developed. The draft was finalized in December of 2020, where the department is presently reviewing it, and then it doesn't have to go to Parliament to be gazetted. Once we submit it to the ministry will submit it to legal affairs for review, and then the minister can just sign off, and then it will be done. So that's something that can be done immediately, and it will be done within the course of this year. According to our work plan, this is designated to be completed within the second quarter by June of 2021. So I hope that addresses your concern. Yeah. Jobin.
Are you talking on behalf of all the fishermen, right? They said they respect us as farmers. We in the field with farmers, right? But we don't get treated like how we supposed to. That's how I feel. I mean, I just come to you for the duty-free concession concerning my engines for the boat, right? And I went up finance. Well, actually, the lady called me and I asked her, well, how come me get no call about the situation? She tell me, well, I got to go up finance. When I reach up finance, the line me know, well, me in a part where friendship maybe me in the kind of thing. So they ain't give me no call, but the letter was there, everything was there ready for me when I went. I find that disrespectful, because as fishermen, we're supposed to be highly recognized, because to me, fishing come from biblical days before so much of things. When it comes to farming, animal farming, planting food, and fishing, these are the three things that sustain the earth all the time, since whenever time, right? So therefore now I want to know, well, why we all as fishermen don't get the proper recognition and be recognized for what we really are in society. You understand? I don't understand it. To me, everybody I talk to, all they telling me, you're a fisherman, you ain't supposed to watch how you dress. You're a fisherman, you ain't supposed to watch how you carry yourself. So you're telling me, because I'm in a suit and a tie, that my profession ain't recognized, knowing well what I bringing forward to the people or to society, more like that. And then again now, I mean, everybody choose the path. It's like they got it as fishermen supposed to walk dirty, sit down by rum shop. You know, the worst things to degrade fishermen. That's how I feel and I see it, and that the understanding I get in. And may I see myself as that, you know. May I see myself as that at all for the profession I into. You understand? So I just want to know, well, why society and why the government institutions don't give us the recognition that we deserve. That's all.
All right, thanks, Chairman. What the situation that you're describing, we are not aware of it, and we know that's not something that happens always. We know that once the duty-free concession is approved, fishers normally go and collect the letter from the Ministry of Finance. So if you were not aware, I'm sorry about that. And now you know that every duty-free concession that comes in, you must go to the Ministry of Finance for the approval letter.
Of course, I wouldn't object towards the papers, but then Mark, look at it. Once in 4 or 5 years, you as a fisherman entitled to a vehicle, to boat engine, right? And this is the thing, somebody brought it up. You know, the 4-stroke them coming in, now more popular, and the 2-stroke could have taken more licks than the 4-stroke, right? So within the 5 years, if my engine mash up, knowing well I don't take my duty free already, am I supposed to be scared? I'll be in a position to say, well, boy, I got to go pay this heavy duty, even though I'm a fisherman and even though this happened to me, while I have my livelihood doing. You understand? And then when it comes to vehicles now, I understand, well, you know you're entitled to a vehicle whenever, but all of them is machines. They're liable to mash up any point in time. So it just got me feel kind of funny about the situation, because I really don't understand why is it that only every 5 years we entitle to these benefits. And y'all don't, when it comes to farmers, right? Farmers get more recognition, more everything than fishermen. You know? Okay, we have to buy with wires half price or whatever. Yes, we're thankful for that, and as you could see, we're grateful for that. But somebody who farming now gonna get X amount of wires for free to fence up the land. You know, they're gonna get fertilizers, they're gonna get all kind of thing to put them and the right track. But for we as farmers, for we as fishers now, we only the most we gain maybe something half or something like that. And to be honest with you, any fisherman in here could tell you when it comes to marine supplies that the Jowie packet, you understand? And I talking from experience. You understand? I never ever see money done the way when you're putting money into a boat, right? I never see money done like that yet. Never in my life. And every fisherman could say they have the same problem. So I feel like, you know, the government, somebody should step forward and do something for fishermen to make me feel more appreciated instead of just a lot of promise, a lot of talk. You know, even to Sandy Point, I from Sandy Point, and when my boat, when I done the whatever with my boat is over by Reggie, I got to go put it, and only God knows what Reggie gonna charge me. Since I was a little boy, the pier in Sandy Point got, you know, they demolished the pier. And up to now, me is a big man now. That more than 20 years now, I talking about with the pier in Sandy Point, and it's just talk. Oh, we gonna get it done, we gonna get it done. This year, next year, everybody come and promising us all kind of things. It's like fishermen are kids. We take the most promise and we walk out, well, but we gonna hold on to this until maybe the next meeting, sometime, you know, and then we got to go through the same old process, and he ain't fear as a fisherman, because everybody else, to me, the government to fulfill everybody else promise, but when it comes to fishermen, we get the worst. That's the way I feel. I really feel that way.
All right. Thanks, Jermaine. A note to your frustration. But what we will do, we will try to have your concerns addressed. What you see here tonight is a way that the government is showing you that farmers and fishers are on equal footing. We have the same resources available to each consultation, and they even went further this year in terms of the fishers by having additional community consultations before they went into the general consultation. It wasn't done for the farmers, because what the government wants to do is to get all your concerns so that we can put them together. No, Jermaine. You got assistance from the department before, right? No, not me. I'm only a representative of the government. Yeah, but in all your requests, we never said no, right? All your requests before, we never said no. You got through with everything you requested, right? Yeah, fair enough. So that's why I said a change is happening. We just relax it. It won't happen right away. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, all the fishermen, them, especially fat fishers. I send the dolphin around, no my around. If I them out there, you got people from I don't know where, they come, they catch all the small dolphin them. No, we can't find even one. Please, when I meet them, if I gas bill at $300, catch 30 pounds, average yourself and leave the rest and turn off. Please, save your livelihood. That's all I got to say. Good night to everybody.
Thank you, Shotgun. Now we'll have the wrap up by...
Yes, me again.
Guy Freeman.
Just wondering if we can incorporate the concession system into our fisher ID or licenses. That way it will simplify the process, as opposed to a fisherman have to order, if you order 50 items in 1 month, you have to go to the finance department 50 times in 1 month. That is a strenuous process, especially for me and other fishers, because it's like you have to go 4 different places to get this process completed. That's one. And 2, when are we going to start to look at things and probably reverse this process where we have vessels that are registered outside automatically getting duty-free concessions, as opposed to boats that are registered locally and have to apply?
Stop it before you reach it there. That's not something happening within the marine resources. It may happen under another ministry or so, but that's not something that happened on the marine resources.
So it's not something that we can mention it and have it discussed?
No. I'm saying that vessels do not automatically get duty-free concession.
Vessels that are registered outside,
Vessels that are registered outside for fisheries purposes. For fisheries purposes, they do not get duty-free concession. Another forum with another ministry would be probably needed for that. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, we are getting ready for a wrap-up. We are really appreciative of the concerns expressed. The Minister and I stayed for the entire period because we want to know exactly what the challenges are, and new challenges were raised beyond what have been raised at the community consultations. And a number of things the Director would have responded to, but we would want to show you that we're not just here for that level of discussion, but to ensure that the necessary action is done. And so the things that may have been delayed, we are working on them. I know gentlemen referred to the advisory committee. Those are things that will materialize in due course during this year as the necessary recommendations are made. I would hope that the fishers can receive the attempt this evening to try to change that particular perception. And this is a serious investment in that direction, that we are saying to you there is no line of demarcation between our fishers and our farmers. We will insist that we ensure that level of fair treatment throughout the entire sector, and I want to assure you of our commitment to that. I'm going to introduce the Minister for his final remarks, and then we will be dismissed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. I'll be very brief because I think we started late and we are ending late, and it therefore means it's important for us to get started on time when we're having these types of events. But we have come to the end of this evening's consultation, and I do believe that we can leave here knowing that some of the issues that you came here with on your chest, on your minds, or whatever the case might be, would have been aired here to some extent. All of them will not be addressed here this evening, but of course we have documented those concerns, and it is a process that will be ongoing in the sense that we'll continue to have consultations throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Kitts and in Nevis, and then we can bring these issues together and see how we can work together to mitigate some of the challenges that we know are within the sector itself. Now, fisheries and all of the other sectors here in the Federation do have requirements, and everyone needs money. I am certain if you were to bring the teachers together, they'll say they need a raise of pay, they'll need more resources, they need all sorts of things. If you bring the police, it will be the same thing. You bring any other sector or any other profession here for consultation, they will say they need so many things. So it therefore means the government therefore has to balance the way that it spends its resources. I cannot say that fisheries will not get what is due to it or to the sector. What I can make the commitment here this evening and say that we will, as of this evening, based on what we have seen here and the interest that we have seen demonstrated here this evening, we have to take a more serious approach to how we interact and how we deal with the challenges and the concerns of the fisher folks. Well, someone did mention before that we have lent good lip service to food security, but the actions must match the lip service. And I'm certain the folks who are here from Nevis knows that there are a myriad of challenges over in Nevis. Landing sites, there are problems there. Access to equipment and gear and the likes, there are challenges there. But be that as it may, I want to thank you for continuing to ply your trade. Through the enormous difficulties, you have continued to do what you can to feed your family and feed the Federation to some extent. We have some positive things happening in fisheries, and of course those positive things can be rolled over into even more positive things if we continue to pursue and continue to press on in the industry. So you'll hear more from us. The director has given some commitments. The ministry will continue to be committed to the cause, and of course it is a work in progress, so don't expect overnight you'll see major changes, but we're going to work bit by bit, step by step to get the work done or the job done. Thank you very much for coming out. Get home safely. We'll continue to interact with you as fisher folks, and we're hoping that this is the start to more dialogue that we'll have in the future so we can improve the sector as we go along. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.